Dear chess friends, welcome to the last round European Individual Women Championship, which is taking place in Montenegro, in Petrovac. 11th round, deciding about the title, about the World Cup qualifiers, prizes, everything. A lot of is on stake.
A lot of on stake. Final round. Such an exciting time to be alive.
Exactly.
The European Championship is really a fighting one. We have many decisive games, many decisive results, even yesterday. So maybe we should check the cameras?
Yeah, memorable event. Let's check the cameras. So players are eager to fight. Last round always brings some tension, extra one. It's starting a bit earlier. You don't have the same routine. You know that you are playing for a big thing. Of course, those boards we are following are deciding about the final outcome. All the players are deservedly there, so we will see how will they do.
Yeah, let's just mention what you can see, guys, on cameras. Upper left corner, business as usual. First board, Melia Salom against Rabidze Meri. We have a Georgian encounter on the first board in the last round. Then on the second board, we have Kilbasa Olivia against Solakidou Stavrula. Third board, upper right corner, Gishard Pauline against Yevakishvili Lela. Then Danili and Elina against Maltsevskaya Alexandra. Fourth, actually fifth and sixth board, bottom left corner, Coulon Claudia against Buxa Natalia and Sargisyan Anna against Deolit Cornet Deimante. Seventh and eighth board, bottom right corner, we have Tsivka Karina against Kutanashvili Bela and Toncheva Nadia against Efraimski Marcel.
Yes, the games are starting. We can see that some players are already not deep in the opening, but have made some moves. We see that now on the seventh board, just arrival of Kutanashvili Bela. D4 is on the board. We will see how will she react. What we can see, there are even number of E4, D4 openings. Some of them prefer E4. Let's say that we have more E4, but players also do play D4, which is okay also for me. Interesting to see, because sometimes in the last round you just want to, if you need a win with white, you just want to game to take long route, because you have this psychological pressure. Sometimes player with black pieces, he's aware that he needs to or she needs to equalize first, and then you don't want to end in some as a white in some long theoretical line without big fight, losing chances for win. But here I don't see this is the case. I don't see some Reti, I don't see some English opening, which is typical for men's or open competition in the last round. Here players stick to their usual way of playing, main openings. Someone kill the opening by preparation and steer to a draw, or the games will be similar like yesterday.
Yes, yesterday we had many decisive results. First three boards, decisive results. Rabidze Meri won against Pauline. Then we have Kilbasa Olivia winning with black against Maltsevskaya Alexandra. Melia Salom winning with black again against Kutanashvili Bela. Solakidou won again as black. We had many victories with black yesterday on the first boards.
Yeah, this is not so common, but anyway, also we need to praise the approach of white players, because if they wanted to play some equal game, boring game, of course, then we won't see so many wins or upsets with black pieces. So also sometimes white need to be brave to allow black to have some winning chances. Also, black players were probably playing also some openings which are not just for equalization, but they are a little bit more challenging. Like yesterday, you could check in our analysis room here in broadcast how Solakidou was playing sharp line, which is typical for this event. So many interesting battles. Let's check once again standings. We have on the first place Rabidze Meri and Kilbasa Olivia. the direct encounter is in favor of Mary. That's why she's on the first place. But Buchholz, as a second criterion, is better of Olivia. Actually, she has one of the biggest playing all the time on top matches. Then we have two players behind sharing third place. This is Tolakidou Stavrula and Melia Salom. I would say that both of them somehow made a strong finish, not playing all the time in top, but around you can check that Solakidou, she was actually only on +1 after 6 rounds, and then incredible 4 out of 4.
4 wins in a row.
Yeah, so it's a really great achievement. Something similar is happening with Melia Salom. She was also playing a little bit, I would say, not on top from the first 4 rounds. She was only on 50% with 4 draws, and then started an incredible run. Out of 6 games, only she conceded 1 draw.
And played 3 GMs in a row.
Yeah, fantastic achievement to win against Danielian, Sochko and Kotenashvili. So
draw with Danielian,
yes,
but yeah,
okay, sorry.
2.5 out of 3.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
Still...
Yeah, so we have some players who are doing great in finish, which is always important in this type of events. Then on 5th place, there are so many players sharing till the 12th, and then a big group from 13th place. Everyone is gaining a lot of points, but we might check the norms, and also we will get you the info about qualified players.
Yes, well, since the latest info we've got from the arbiters, the unofficial norm list after the 10th round is that Mekrichian Miriam has won WGM norm, Krasteva Boleslava WIM norm, Hrebrščiko Yelisaveta WIM norm, Šulce Lara WIM norm as well, Rudzinska Michalina WIM norm as well, Tončeva Nadia has won an IM norm, Jarocka Livia WIM, Frojevis Anika Koridze Lile, and Pogorleski Sofia WIM norms as well.
Yeah, they are performing a lot, so more than some players, more than 24.50, like Tončeva Nadia, so 24.51, great performance. Let's inform you about the qualified players. So
yes, if we have the correct info, and I believe we do, out of the girls who haven't already qualified to the World Cup, we have open 9 spots for Yevakishvili Lela. Interestingly, that she didn't want to. Yeah. She wasn't interested in...
Yeah, she was not so excited about possible qualification to the World Cup, right?
Yeah, but of course, yes, I'm sure that she will be happy. Yeah, Yevakishvili Lela, then we have Guichard Pauline. I'm hoping I'm pronouncing this correct. I'm not sure, but still. Melia Salom, Bival Alina, Tsolakidou Stavrula, Deolit Cornet Diamante, and Mikričian Mariam, Coulon Claudia, and Tončeva Nadia are the 9 spots after the 10th round. Of course, we will see what will the standings be after the final round, but so far these are the girls that would be qualified after this round.
Exactly. Let's check the cameras. Let's check what do we have there. Also, guys, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Also, we have some big announcement in a half an hour. We will be joined by Elizabeth Pats, who just arrived from New Delhi, FIDE Grand Prix. We will see her comment about this event, about this sharp style of players, unbelievable in terms of decisive games, and also some other topics to discuss. So join us, stay with us for sure in the next few hours. Let's check the cameras so we see that players are thinking. Some of them are already not at the board, present not at the board. So, okay, out of the opening phase, is now the situation. Let's check the board. What do we have? So first board, e4, e5, Rui Lopez, knight f6, classical stuff, bishop e7. Now everyone can maybe remember what did I say, that first you play bishop e7 and only when rook protects e4, then it's time for b5, so don't hurry with b5.
Crash course from yesterday, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Bishop b3. I'm glad to help. I don't. My career in terms of professional play is over, so I'm ready to share my knowledge. Hopefully, you will benefit at least a bit from that. So c3 castles. So this d6 here was played. C3 castles, h3. Normal stuff. Heading for Zaitsev. Now there are several variations. Okay, this opening was played by so many players like Morozevich, like Ivan Sokolov, so many. And after d4, knight e8, of course, there is this eternal, perpetual, played in so many tournaments. But here, according to what has happened before, we can expect maybe that White will move on. Especially because of the direct encounter, which is in Black's favor, right?
Yes.
So this is first game. We will check that one. Zaitsev is one of the most promising openings in Rui Lopez. It's quite hard to crack it. As I mentioned, it was played by so many strong players like Magnus, even Anatoly Karpov, and many more. This one, Stavrula, yeah, playing her usual business. Complicated chess, h3, actually, this was played yesterday. There she opted for a g6 line, but today it was time that she changed a bit her concept and plays this line. I'm really looking forward.
Yes, such a sharp position for
exactly.
the last round.
Yeah.
We are definitely seeing the girls giving their all.
Yeah.
In the last round.
This is a good sign. We will see what will happen here. Another topical game. We have Queen's Gambit, combination of preparation to transpose, to Ragozin defense, to maybe even Cambridge Prince Slav defense. But here Bishop f4. I experienced this in my game against Pavel Elyanov in 2007, so long ago. At that time he was pioneer in this line. Of course, possible is to play this internal debate. I was quite impressed how Alexander Alekhine, my favorite world champion, actually I learned a lot from his game, and I would advise every player who is trying to improve and improve his play or her play to start with Alexander Alekhine, because he was using strategy, but strategical approach, but also tactics in terms of strategy. And of course, everyone would love to play like Misha Tal was playing on some other fantastic grandmasters, but that style, it's not easy to understand, like Tigran Petrosyan, even Bobby Fischer. So Alexander Alekhine is a good one to start. I remember his book, My Route for World Champion to World Champion, and I was so impressed. He was analyzing even some simultaneous displays and so on, and this position he was handling so good. Then I immediately got in love with that. So this is one classical topic, but here b5 also everyone plays these days. Very challenging, very complicating. So knight c4. White just moved the queen. Okay, so what will happen there? This one, Elina is playing this classical stuff. She was surprised by c5, what I have noticed from camera. Of course, d5 is the main move. Now there is either b5 or e6 heading for Benoni. Actually, I think this is dubious due to bishop g5, and this position no one plays these days, because on queen b6, a4, b5, knight c3, this is already a bad position for black. Actually, I played a few times, and the point is when you move the pawn, I play a5, and you are not in time to take with the queen on f6. So when you move, I take. This is the only point. When I take on f6 and double the pawns, white is better. So here it's, and this knight e4, I played this against Jan Plachetka and some other players so long ago. This is actually bad. Bishop h4, and white is better here. So only point I would be afraid with white, if I'm not prepared, that I need to enter Benoni. Here also there is one point you might learn about Benoni, that white players are here playing d6 first, and only on knight c3 take on d5, and only g6 played afterwards. This is something you will learn from top players, this move order, and it's not easy to read why they are doing, to learn why they are doing that way. This was yesterday. This was also said by Luka Drašković, Montenegrin GM, who was in our studio. Because here, if you take immediately d6 and play d6, now there are those tricks. e4 you cannot take because of double attack, always the same story. And after g6, white can avoid knight c3, for example, bishop d3. And then you don't have this main line which goes with h3, and the knight is on c3, and black plays b5, sacrificing a pawn. And also white might play something like, let's say this way, and then start attacking your pawns, or like I played one game, that you immediately transfer the knight to c4. Not usually this one, but to play that one. These are small details which of course this is not something revolutionary, but usually that's why you will see white top players or some players who are experienced Benoni players would play d6 here. This is the reason, to force you to come to c3 and only then taking on d5. If you take on d5, if you play knight c3, let's say this move, then black is perfectly fine in this variation. Now either knight c6 or d6 is just fine for black. So probably she didn't want to go for Benoni, maybe she's not playing Benoni so often. Then she took on c5, which is okay, some kind of concession. I don't know, it's not easy to say that white is already lost her advantage, but it's not critical.
But you've noticed correctly that she was surprised, since she's spent 10 minutes here to decide what to do. Yeah, that's why we need this time information, because this gives you enough evidence to decide about something. Okay, classical player Elina just tries to have a classical position. Here is very important that the knight is not on c6. If the knight is on c6 and black plays b4, bishop b2, then I was playing this in many games, white can claim the advantage. So here the point is that black wants to go knight d7, and then bishop will come to b7. Okay, let's move on with this line. This is Jobawa style. He played that first player, let's say top player, who start playing this e5 and bishop d6. However, white is slightly better there, usually with c3. Okay, but I'm not sure now about white prospects. I think it's fine for black now. We will see. But anyway, a complicated position ahead of us. We will see. This one, typical stuff. This Italian game. So many move orders. Now black might think about playing g5, but we already saw this, I think, in Mile Sophie game where she played. Then she sacrificed pawn to open the position. Complicated battle. We will see. Okay, this one we already saw yesterday. I mentioned that this either there are two possibilities, like black play to immediately sacrifice, but also it's possible to play this way. Although white is better here, but the point is that Bella is playing this type of position, usually trying to confuse her opponent, because this is not easy to handle with white. If you don't play some e4, e5 at the right stage, or sacrifice the exchange to break through, then control of this square can bring black something. Efraimski, she's always playing these complicated mess positions, so it's no strange. Back on the top board.
Yeah. This is known. This is everything known. So we will see how will she handle this one. Classical. Irina, okay, playing Sicilian with c3, this line.
This will follow?
Yeah, okay, this is endgame.
Okay.
But never mind, it's fine for black, complicated position. Irina's husband, if I'm not mistaken, Vladislav Nevednici, is a great expert of Sicilian with c3 Alepin, so she knows what she's doing here, I think. Classical stuff. Lilith is always finding a way to have a decent game in every way, so not surprised. This is also known, this h4. Gunina is expert here, as I mentioned. I played blitz against her on a free day, and I played this type, but I didn't want to. It was similar, but I played with g3, and I experienced how skillful is she in this maneuvering in this type of position. So I would bet on her in terms of getting a good game. What will happen later, I don't know. Savina was playing normal games in this event, very stable, so we will see is this opening also in that direction. I think it is. Dinara, she needs some superb novelty in the last round, so probably not much sleep for her husband yesterday.
Or maybe they had something already prepared up in their sleeves. We will see.
Yes, this is known. So one classical thing. So this is Bogo Indian, which is a stable repertoire for lazy people who just want to play all the same, every time the same lines. So it's not easy to break through. Although some games white claim the advantage. I like to play that opening here on knight c6. Point is that you must play knight c3. Why? Because on bishop g2 there is this knight e4, which force you to end up in a endgame, and then black is perfectly fine. Knight d2 takes, and usually they exchange the queens, and black is fine. So
you say lazy people, we say people going to retirement.
we will see, yeah. So usually that's why knight c3 is played here, and then white takes. There is d5 even, but usually they play d6 and so on. So where we're here, we were here. Yes, this is a way. d5, as I mentioned. Played this so many games. You can check Zdenko Kožul, because at one time this became a Croatian variation, because everyone was playing this with black. Ante Brkić, Mladen Palac, Hrvoje Stević, and Kožul was always white, and they were playing all the time against him. This line you can check.
Maybe they had some kind of preparation camp for this.
The idea was that he was. I know Zdenko a lot. He's my friend, and he was my coach. He's quite stubborn. Okay, he wants to show that white is better, and sometimes without preparation he just sits on the board. Okay, also Ante Šarić played this, sits on the board, and I believe that white is better here somehow.
And I will prove it.
Yes. Okay, Rouser again.
Your book?
Miles Sophie was playing this with black. So this time she's a different role. Knight c6 possible move. Bishop c6, f3. Now bishop h6 is possible, but I think bishop e7 is more to the point. But anyway, okay, it's possible to play it. h6, bishop f4. Okay. Now e5 or d5. I think d5 is possible. Yeah, we will see. Narva Mai playing this Carol. Salomea. This is challenging. Sozin variation. Fischer Pet line. Played in many games, also with black. This is known. There was famous Vasily Ivanchuk rapid game in Monaco in Amber tournament. They were playing rapid and blindfold, and then he sacrificed queen e6 against Karyakin. That was one of the historical. Also, he did it the same, I think, in Botvinnik climb, and he offered, pawn was on f6, he just played queen g7, bishop is on f8, allow his opponent to take the queen. This one, classical stuff, we will see challenging position. For example, Mamedjarov was playing this line in some rapid and unbelievable strong. He would just deliver checkmate. He just needs to block the center and then starts pushing on the king side. Any game from your side you want to briefly check a look, maybe this one is one of them. Yeah, Sicilian, crazy stuff. Marina is well prepared, I think. Give me any tip you want to check. Of course, Antoinetta is player to follow.
Maybe we can briefly check the Macedonian girls.
Where are they?
We will find them.
Okay. Okay.
Nope. Yeah, this one.
Okay, playing classical stuff with black. The point of bishop e7 is not to allow bishop g5, which goes after knight f6, ed, bishop g5. This is like a top-notch theory, but after bishop e7 there is a difference, because white takes, and now play bishop f4, and then it means if you would play bishop d6 regular, but here you don't wanna, because you already commit yourself to bishop e7.
Monica is the most recent addition to our national team, so she's very young and she's actually having a good tournament over here. I think she was plus 50 or so.
Oh, great.
Before this round.
Any other?
Yep, maybe we can check Ivana as well.
This is her game? Okay, playing classical stuff. Taking the bishop, which is always a good way. This means that white already should have played something else. c3 usually people play here. Now I would prefer black already.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good for her.
Anything else? Nikolina Koljevic, she was here yesterday in Montenegro.
Yes.
She said she's very excited about her last round. Playing very well in this tournament, getting
playing
experience.
against a young girl today. Don't know how young, but I know that she's young. And Nikolina is having a great tournament. She already has 5.5, if I'm not mistaken, which is, of course, the best Montenegrin girl of this tournament. And she's performing very well. If she manages to win today, even it will be pretty awesome for her.
This one, okay, normal game. It was d5. Yeah, normal game.
Shukova Lehachi maybe as well, 26.
26.
Yep.
This line everyone is playing this day.
Our
Gambit. But this is a different. Yeah. We will see by the opening is she. But it seems that she didn't party too much, because on the clock
she's doing fine.
Yeah. Okay, let's check the cameras. Anything
Stavrula
special
trying to remember a line, I would guess.
Okay, you have two types of thoughts at that moment. Either you're trying to prepare the line, remember the line, or you are trying to remember the concepts. On a4, you play b4, what is white up to, and so on. I don't think she's prepared there, but just she wants to react in some classic way. Sometimes it's very, I would say, interesting approach when you come to the playing hall. You are not very well prepared, but you spend a lot of time for your preparation, and then you want just to execute what you prepared. But if your opponent plays something different, then from your side, professional point, you did what is expected. You just memorize till you are in prep, and then the game is starting. Forget preparation, forget psychological things. Let's start to play. But the thing is, if you prepare something, and then suddenly you cannot remember what you were looking 20 minutes ago, then you feel bad. But I would never start complaining if my opponent surprised me. I was not preparing this. What to do now? Your preparation work is over. You just empty your mind, your shelves. Now, just move those thoughts away and start.
I think it's the hardest to have the empty mind at that point.
Yes, I agree. So I don't know. Will we get some questions there in chat? Any comments? I'm not sure that all the people are aware that we started already, but we will see.
Yes, always the last round starting earlier. It's
yeah. Any questions?
We can also see Lela being very.
So I saw the comment. Why isn't Elizabeth Betts playing this tournament? We will ask her.
Yeah.
Stay with us.
She'll tell us.
Yeah, stay with us. We will ask her. What else? Which comments do we have? I see that people are praising the fight, how sharp people are doing. So yeah, this is something we need to repeat all the time, right, Draga?
Yes. It's definitely the most interesting for the viewers, as for us in the studio too, to see some fire on the board.
Yes, I saw some comments. There are so many. It's not easy, but I even see some comments that some people say that you look like twin of Israeli player Dina. I don't know if you know her.
Ah, Dina Belenkaya. Yeah, I do.
Are you twins? No.
No.
Okay.
We both have big blue eyes. I guess that's the most similar thing, but.
Yeah. Okay, sound like twins. Okay, not that you look.
Sound. Okay, that's different. I guess I will take it as a compliment. Thanks, guys.
Yeah. Any comments there? So the whole tournament before this round, 2,500 white twins, 170 black twins, and only 180 draws. Thanks for sharing this.
Yeah, some very interesting statistics. Yes,
No,
we have
no. It was after 9 rounds, but after 274 white twins, 200 black twins, and only 198 draws. That you have more black wins than draws. This is unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
I'm really,
Fighting spirit. Nobody wants to have a draw on this competition. I've noticed that even the most drawish positions, they tend to play till the end, even though everybody will make a few mistakes.
No,
of course, but I really love that fighting spirit that I want to give it all and, all or nothing.
The thing is, sometimes people tend to sit on their previous games, previous results. So if they are in plus, then it's already good. So this way to be eager for more, it's something which is really, really respectful. Yeah. So any comments? Not yet, right? We are waiting for you guys. Just
waiting to wake up and realize that the round has started.
Yes. So we can make a break.
Yes.
And then hopefully our guest will be able to join us. That we will be ready from technical point of view. So come with us.
Stay tuned, guys.
smo opušteno. Onda smo pojačali tempo, jer smo osjetili da možemo više. Bilo nas je sve više i više. I to nam je dalo snagu da idemo dalje i još više. Uvijek tu jedni za druge. Pravi prijatelji na istom putu. Zajedno već 15 godina ka vrhu. MTEL, imate prijatelje.
Welcome back. As announced, I have a guest, special guest, Elizabeth Petz. Elizabeth, welcome.
Thank you. Hello.
Yeah, so we are glad to have you here. Just a small introduction. Elizabeth was a World Youth Junior Champion, European medalist. I think also it's a big relief that during FIDE Congress you got this deservedly GM title next to your name. Is it some kind of relief for you?
Yes, it was in this period emotionally not very easy to cope with all these troubles around the norm. So of course, once it was accepted, also my chess became a lot better. So I started to win back a lot of rating again. So I think it had some positive effect.
Yeah, of course, you all your life you devoted to chess, and now you have the highest title. European Individual Women Championship is taking place now. It's last round. I would say that the fighting spirit is unbelievable high. You, of course, is some kind of European chess, women chess role model. You know the players, you played against them. What's your thoughts about this event?
Well, actually, I saw a lot of nice pictures from my, I think 3 or 4 Germans, or even more Germans are playing in this tournament. So I saw a really nice picture. It looked like a really nice place, to be honest. Mm-hmm. So it was a little bit like you can feel jealous to see the sunny weather and all these nice colors of nature. And of course, I was hoping that some of the Germans would qualify. And as far as I think, maybe Dinara has a chance if she wins, because she has a good tiebreak. But I'm not sure how many are already qualified and ahead of her. So, but my feeling was maybe, better that she has a chance if she wins.
Yeah, I think also I agree. But once again, let's say to comment this fighting spirit, unbelievable high. Somehow during open tournaments and men's section, we see that players are sitting on their results, but here there are more wins with black pieces than draws in total, which is unbelievable high.
For me, actually, the surprising fact is because I was, of course, already checking the openings, especially the German games, and they're still playing, and for the last round, it's very common that a lot of draws are fixed after 10 minutes, but as far as I know, everybody's still playing, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so we are just so much surprised. We are praising how players are behaving, how motivated they are. So this is, I would say, a memorable event. Let's say that the tournament in New Delhi was not clashing with this event. I guess you would participate, right?
Well, actually, like the dates in general with the European Championship and the Grand Prix events were always very, very close together. This was one problem. And when you are not 22, but 38, let's say like me, it's from the energy level very difficult. And honestly, like if the dates would have been, or if I had been listed for the last Grand Prix in Poland, now I think it's in Cyprus, I likely would have played, because this way I would also give another German a chance in case I qualify, that the wild card goes to someone else. But yeah, it wasn't possible.
But how do you comment that we have this situation when the dates are clashing? Because of course you would like to see you in this event. It would be of course a little bit better from, let's say, some kind of interest. I don't know, local organizers have said that they announced their schedule for a long.
Yes, the schedule was definitely ahead of New Delhi, because for Delhi I remember like 3 months ago, because I kept asking Harika, she said like that it will be the first week of April. In this case it was possible, but even then you had like a break of 1 or 2 days. It's also not ideal. But for example, like to comment directly on this, I mean, Nino Batsashvili, she was supposed to play in the European. She got the white card for the Grand Prix, but she's not qualified. And I'm not sure that she is the one to get the wild card because, okay, depending on if Nana is like qualifying by rating or not, but she, for example, would be the one who had to take a very difficult decision to choose between those 2 events. And just by looking at this particular one case, I think it was not ideal to collect these events.
I understand. Yeah, so I was visiting Grand Prix in Munich, and for me, I was quite impressed by Hotel Kempinski, by the conditions in general. So I was quite proud that you great women players who we all tend to support publicly. Last year was FIDE Women in Chess year. So I was expecting that some positive things are about to come, but then suddenly we have this big dispute. What's going on in New Delhi? Since you came from that place, can you tell us more what's happening there?
Well, I think it was a collection of a lot of unfortunate circumstances, and it's not like that you can say that things went wrong in Delhi. Of course, some circumstances went, for example, in a very unfortunate way. I mean, Chanzaya was not picked, but the thing is like that there was a main guy in charge, but I understand that after 40 hours of working non-stop, he has to sleep. And then they took someone else in charge, but then of course the phone number which Chanzaya had was not corresponding to the phone number of the new guy, and that's why actually there was no reaction. So this was very unfortunate, and I'm not even sure like you can blame someone for that particular. So that was one sad point. The other point was the hotel was very confused, but you also have to take into account that there was another sports event, so the hotel was pretty much outbooked. And if you have a lot of sports competition in one tournament, it's maybe easy even for the hotel to confuse which sports people belong to which federation or to which sports. So this is for me not easy to judge, but I think the general problem is not like that things went in an unfortunate way. The general problem is that some of the girls kept like really deep and uncomfortable emotions already like long time beforehand. It was not India. It was actually something which I would say was developing during the Corona pandemic, when a lot of professionals like women couldn't earn money. And I remember like in 2021, when 2 of the top 10 players approached me and said like, Lisa, how you can actually survive financially? And I said like, I give lessons. And they said like, well, we cannot give lessons because we never did this, and we don't even know how to select pupils. So this was like something which was already like a problem from the financial part or financial point of view for women players to actually like make a living during Corona. And then you see, of course, all these top internet events in the men's section. And of course, I mean, I understand that some of them were pretty unhappy and sad about it. Plus, I remember that some organizational stuff went not in a good way during the candidates, because there were suddenly this new format and these new groups. And of course, when you have like 8 players, it's not like that everybody is happy with changing the format. And I mean, statistically speaking, when you have, let's say, 3 favorites by rating, and suddenly, like, instead of playing a round robin with 2 matches against each other, you have to play a KO system, then of course it usually serves those who are not necessarily the top favorites and those who are maybe even like good rapid players. So I understand that this format change is not good for everybody, but on the other hand, I don't see like there was a choice because of the general conflict, because of the war basically. So it was very tough, the situation, because in the men's section there are no Ukrainian players in the top 10, but in the women's section we have 2 top 10 players, and I can tell you, because I spoke to these 2 girls, they are like really like suffering tremendously, and so do also the Russian female players. They suffer a lot, and it's a very difficult situation. And unfortunately, I also don't see a solution. Like you cannot find an ideal solution for everybody. And
yeah, they were missing in New Delhi, right? This is something which not all the people know, that they were not coming to play in India. But in general, let's say Grand Prix as a concept, do you support this type of event?
Well, actually, like for me personally, like I don't understand why it cannot be the same format like with the men, when you have this kind of groups, and then if you don't win a group, you can go home. This has the advantage, if you play a bad tournament, it's a lot shorter. And also, when you have a family and some of the girls actually have a couple of kids, maybe it's also for them a better way. But I remember they made a poll of 10 of the top 10 players, and the poll was one for the round robin system. So that's why, I mean, the majority of the top lady players, they preferred the round robin system, and that's why we kept the same format like in previous years in the women's competition.
So I was visiting, actually doing a commentary job during Monaco candidates. It was Hotel Hermitage, top location, top level of service. Then Hotel Kempinski in Munich. So as I said, I was quite impressed. Looking to forward to new events, to a new level for top players. Then we have this situation in India. Tournament director Bharat Singh was mentioning that during the regulations, FIDE actually stated that a 4-star hotel is enough, but this was a 5-star hotel. That he thinks that the main issue was not connected with hotel, only with this transfer issue, and that there are something behind. You already mentioned a few things during COVID case. So what's happening? Because some people think that this is like a drastic measure that you left the tournament. Why you did it?
Well, actually, like my reasoning of leaving the tournament had actually nothing to do with Chanzaya's reasoning, because I mean, if you hadn't been there, you have no idea what emotionally kind of disaster and fights and tears and panic attacks those lady players had to face in these 2 days after like Chanzaya left. And of course, the first question was, do we put another fourth Indian player? And I understand Russians will say like this would be not fair because, okay, 2 of the Russian or 3 of the Russian girls in the general standings, they are leading. And also for Bibi Sara, this was unacceptable because it was a first round opponent. And when FIDE said like, it's no problem, we can play with 11 players, then the next problem arose about color distribution. Yeah. And then, of course, some players who had 4 times white and 6 times black, they were, of course, insisting on making a new pairing, especially one player. And I understood this player very well because she was one of the leading players in the all-over standings. And there was another player who was totally against the pairing change because she was also one of the leading players in the standings. And when the majority at the end was like in favor of changing the pairings, and one single player decides to make an ultimatum, a blackmail, and a kind of, I would call it like, even it was, to me, it felt like some kind of manipulation. Then it's very difficult to handle this when you have like 4 or 5 emotional women and there's nobody to take final decisions, and you get a letter from FIDE, we change the pairings, and then you get a letter from FIDE, we don't change the pairings. And of course, this was for me a shock, like that someone can just like do whatever like she thinks is good for her, and she doesn't care what is good for the others. And we had at least 3 players who would have 6 times black, and from these 3 players, 1 actually cared very much. The other ones were already like saying whatever happens is fine for them because they just wanted this kind of emotional outbreaks to stop, which I understand very well. But you know, for me, I'm very, let's say, principled in a way, and I see my sports as a kind of fair competition. And if someone basically says she withdraws from the tournament if the pairings change, and then she gives reasons like that she insists on having the same conditions like Kosteniuk had in Munich, then I'm wondering how she can speak of the same conditions like in Munich when she's actually playing 1 game less. Because in India it was already clear that we will not play 11 games but 10 games. That was one thing. And then there was another player who decided to attack on social media in a very bad way, Chanzaya. And in addition to that, also like stated that basically like since I composed the letter and she claimed that she never signed the letter, she basically says like that I'm lying because I put her on the email without her permission. And for me, this was another kind of affront and attack. And You know, I'm 38, I'm not 22, and I'm very, very sensitive. And when I understand that I'm crying and that I have these outbreaks, and suddenly, like, there is a tournament and you have to just forget about this, then in my kind of personality, I cannot. I'm not so strong to overcome that. And
I don't want to that you feel so hard now during this interview, because we have this final round. We have players fighting for the title. I fully understand that this emotional part can be tough for you. As I admire you as a player, respect you. Let's say that just to conclude this story, one thing: FIDE president made an apology. In FIDE we have Athletes Commission, we have Women Commission. Did you expect some support or some, at least some activity from their side in this case?
Well, I think that, I mean, like, I was very happy about this letter. It was, like, very nice to see that they would, like, be more careful in future. And it was, of course, like, a huge thing. I mean, you cannot, like, say, like, this letter means nothing. This letter meant a lot, in my opinion. And, I mean, as I said, FIDE was not the reason I left. I left because basically of two players and my sense of sportiveness and fairness and my emotional sensitivity. But I think one of the biggest problem was that there was no FIDE official in the tournament, and with all these kind of fights which arise after Chansraya left, the only chance I saw to solve it is like if there would have been someone from FIDE who would just take a strict decision and not allow all these kind of blackmails, withdrawing blackmails, manipulations, emotions. And, you know, like if you have 11 women players and they are, of course, all like kind of different of sensitivity, different of emotions, that it's like, you know, a kind of, I don't know how you call it, but it's very tough because, you know, we tend to be more emotional in general. That's why I think the problem was not solvable.
I understand. I understand your point. Of course, it's I would say the drastic measure that you leave the tournament. But let's speak about future. What can we do in future? And I don't know, somehow to not to avoid this type of situation. Do you have you just said that the FIDE official might be present. Maybe this communication was not the best. I was in Chennai Olympiad. For me, was memorable. I really appreciate how they were doing. But of course, on the other side, we don't want to those situations to repeat.
Yes, but Chennai was the best Olympiad we ever played. I mean, this was just outstanding and out of the planet. And now in New Delhi, I think a lot of unfortunate circumstances came together, like the main guy who needed to sleep, which I understand, and then the phone number wouldn't correspond then. So, yeah, I wouldn't even blame anyone official because this is just unfortunate. Okay. And the hotel who confuses everything is another thing which is not in the power of the Indian Federation. But in general, when you list all these things together, I think one of the biggest problem was for a lot of top women players the financial situation and the pressure they faced during the corona pandemic. And even now, when you look, for example, at the distribution of money prizes in the Grand Swiss, then you see that the first prize in the men's and the women's section differ for more than 200%. And then you wondering why the distribution is made like this. I understand it's double when you have the double number of participants. That's normal, but we speak about more than 200%. Plus, then there is some happy announcement of FIDE that they increase the prize fund by another, I don't remember how much. But then you see that even the increase in the prize fund is distributed not in the equal way. And this, of course, for some women's players, it feels not nice, let's put it this way. And I think this in connection to the fact that it was very tough years during Corona, of course, I think built up some emotional negativity inside them. And in India, I think the summary of all these events just escalated.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. What are your personal goals? Now you are GM, okay, you have this confirmed title. What are your next goals in your career? You mentioned your age. Are you still motivated, eager to become, for example, even world champion?
Well, I mean, to become world champion is a huge step, but actually, like since in Munich already and in the leagues, I saw that I'm going back towards, I mean, direction to 5. Plus, I had a sponsor now who basically puts a lot of motivation in me. I mean, my goal was actually to return to 2.5 plus this year, but I understood that for this, everything must fit in my case because I am very sensitive. And this is one of my biggest weakness, I would even say. But it's how it is.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, Elizabeth. Maybe some last words for the championship for ECU, future of European chess, women chess. Any tip for players? There are some young players. We remember Olivia Klobasa. She was doing fantastic job in India. We need those role model. How to brand European women top players?
Well, actually, like I have been watching Olivia a lot since Chennai, and also there are a lot of talents coming actually from the Netherlands, like Elena Reubers, but she's not playing in this event. So actually, you can see that from the European players, and especially the Western European players, there is something coming, and this is very nice to see. So in general, like, you know, sometimes I believe that if you have these kind of extraordinary, like young talents, maybe there is a kind of possibility even for FIDE to support them, to get them in some kind of professional training camps. I know that FIDE organizes some training camps with Geldfund, Yusupov, and these kind of players. I mean, like to give some the access stuff like this. I mean, I think this would be a nice way to support them and to motivate them to climb further.
Yeah, you are experienced. You can maybe share and help for future generation. Okay, thanks a lot. I think viewers are now quite satisfied. Probably many questions would land if we allow that, but I understand that you're still tired, right? Emotionally, physically. There was now actually today is Iceland Reykjavik Open taking place. Maybe some people thought that you will go there, but of course.
Actually, they invited me, but I said to him that I have temperature actually since 2 nights, and for me, like I'm too exhausted. I'm a bit sick, so and I mean I left because I'm not capable of like all this stress plus this unfairness and the approach of some players. So I need a rest, and I think I need a rest for quite some while.
I'm pretty sure the Iceland president Gunnar Björnsson would be happy to have you, but he for sure
he invited me, and it was a very nice. It was a very touchy.
Yeah.
It was a very touchy invite.
Yeah. Okay. Good luck with everything. Hopefully you will recover. Hopefully we will get back to normal in women chess tournaments. We are keeping our fingers crossed for you all. As I said, from outsider, I would like to see that in future we all have like only positive things in chess world. So thanks a lot. Yeah.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye. So we are back. You could hear quite emotional interview. I'm really thankful for Elizabeth for joining. I know that sometimes it's hard to listen some not positive things in chess world, but it's important that we discussed. As you could hear, it was like some combination of circumstances, but anyway, today is a last round in European Individual Women Championship. Fantastic event, memorable event, so many fighting games. We should, of course, support this and give appraisal for those players. I leave you with cameras for a second, and then we will check the games. So we are back. Tough interview. I didn't want to make it hard, but I needed to ask some questions for our viewers and everyone to get the info what was going on from Elizabeth's perspective. As I mentioned, I would love to see that we don't have any that type of events in the future. It's combination of factors, but anyway, she's devoted to chess. We are looking forward to see her at the board. But in the meantime, let's check what do we have in the playing hall. Players are thinking. We have on the third board, we have draw, agreed. That means that Lela Yavakishvili and Gishar, they are finishing their tournament, so they will have 7.5 points, which probably will secure a spot to Gishar. She was not qualified, Yavakishvili as well, so together they are probably qualifying to World Cup, but other games are in progress. Players are starting to become nervous. Guys, I've been a few times in this type of situation. From outside, you don't see how tough it is, because during the evening, today in the morning, either by their seconds, coaches, friends, or by themselves, they were preparing lines, they were preparing some ideas, trying to catch their opponents, to get some chance to win it. Then you come to the board, and then this happens or not, and suddenly you're having some position, you're trying to squeeze, or your opponent is doing what he can, not to end in problem. It's quite tough. Unfortunately, it's not easy to grasp what's going on at the boards. In some other sports, people are, I would say, relieving the stress with some not aggressive, but the way somehow either shouting if something goes wrong. But in chess, you just need to stay calm. No racket to be broken, no ball to be shoot somewhere or say something to ref. Here in chess, you need to fight in yourself, which is the toughest. And sometimes, as I said, you want to shout loud. There was one story that during one Linares tournament, there was a player who was between the moves, going outside, shouting loud, and then coming back in the playing hall. Maybe it's just some kind of myth, but maybe it's also it was the case. I have one suspect, but it's not so important. Anyway, it's very hard. You need to stay calm, and somehow in yourself, you're like burning. But okay, this is usual part of chess pro world. Let's check the games. Dragana is with me, but I know, of course, for you as a woman, it was not easy to see this emotional interview. But let's move to our funniest part of the event.
The last round.
Yes. What has happened?
What has happened? Let's see. But first, we had a bet yesterday.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, exactly.
I tried to get information how many girls were absent.
Yes, we had a bet that today I said I was probably betting on less than 5, but maybe 3 players they will get forfeited, not knowing that the round is either at 1 or they will just running or heading for a lunch and suddenly seeing players, because the playing hall is next to the restaurant, seeing players playing.
Yeah, unfortunately, nobody kept track of how many girls were late, but managed to still play the game. But I think we have 2 forfeits. And I spoke with the arbiter. He said that one of the girls was actually sick in the morning, so she couldn't come. So I don't know if we should count her in.
Okay.
But I will check once again if it's 2 or 3 in total. I think Berkiana, one of the Croat girls, won by forfeit. And one more, I'm not sure who's the girl who got sick, but we will see. But you were very close.
Yeah.
If we consider that for sure a lot of girls were late and managed to play the game, then I guess you win the bet.
But okay, of course, those one who are trying to qualify, who are fighting for top spots,
over here.
they know the regulations quite
course.
well. Yeah, so let's check the first board, the decisive one. As I mentioned, Zaitsev, no knight g5 happening, no draw by repetition. Fighting spirit is high. Salom wants to win this one. This is all known. Black can play h6 without h6, but usually they're playing h6. That usually there are even this line knight g5, then you force rook to come to a7, and only then a3 and so on. It's quite common. Usually on d5, black reacts by moving somewhere knight and then play c6. This is known, as I mentioned, from Morozevich games. So bishop c2. Now this mix heading for a Breyer type. There was one famous anecdote of Ivan Sokolov, and he was asked what will he play against Vichy Anand by Garry Kasparov. They play for same club. It was Bosnia Chess Club, and it was important match between Bosna Sarajevo and French club Neo. First board, Garry was playing against Lothier, who was at that time best French player and the biggest, I would say, theoretician in the world at that moment. Second board was Vichy Anand against Ivan Sokolov. And there was one late night story. Since Ivan is my friend, I won't mention it, but Breyer was a topic. In the end, Ivan played. Okay, Vichy is also my friend. Ivan played open Spanish. Actually, Garry was concerned about Ivan's opening, thinking that this game might be a decisive game because Anand was white, 6 boards against 6 players were playing for each team. Anand was white, Ivan was black, and Garry was concerned about this game, saying that this is a critical game of the match. Garry was white with Lothier, getting nowhere out of the opening. That game was drawn. And in second, all other, I think, were drawn, except second one, Ivan has managed to win with black against no other than Vichy Anand. But the story is funny how from Breyer it ended up to open Spanish. So maybe once when you see me in some tournament at some bar, you can ask me to explain you the story, or Ivan can say it.
This is just
this is one of the most interesting story I've ever heard, and I always like when Ivan starts to tell that story, how he was explaining to Garry what will he play tomorrow. You see that I already have smile on my face. Okay,
now it sounds interesting.
Yes.
Now it sounds tempting. Yeah.
How this knight b8 went to d7 by showing Zaitsev. Yeah. Okay. So. Funny story, always bring smile on my face. Ivan is my friend, great player now, one of the best coaches in the world, getting a title, Olympic title with Uzbekistan team. Now, maybe you don't know, but some of you already know, now he's like a secret new weapon of Romanian Chess Federation. So really? Next few years we can expect him bringing great results for Romanian team.
How did Uzbekistan let him go?
Tough question. You should ask Ivan.
Okay.
Yeah, but
since
Uzbekistan is part of Asia, and we could see, we Europeans, we could see him involved in Asian and world events. Now we will have him also in European events. So in Budva this year, November, Ivan will be here.
So maybe we can ask him then.
Yeah, about the story. Okay. Let him tell you. Yeah, let him tell you. But as I said, Ivan is my good friend. There was one memorable sentence when he lost against, he actually made a draw against Nakamura in Waikanze, completely winning position, -5. Actually, I was helping him at that time a bit. -5, I was thinking how brilliant play is from his side. And suddenly, he misplayed and said this famous sentence when he was interviewed by an interviewer, journalist asking him, probably expecting a few more sentences, but only one sentence arrived. This is, if I don't kill myself tonight, I will live for 1,000 years. So he's still alive.
Famous interview.
Yes. Greetings to my dear friend Ivan. As I said, great coach. B4 97, Rook C8, Queen B1. This is some subtle play. I like black here, but who knows what's going on. This is also typical how this Rook E3. This is quite common in Rui Lopez, that sometimes you play Rook E3. Either you support the king side, but you are also ready to create something. G6, knight takes, D takes. I like black. Black should be fine. More than 5 here. Knight is here.
Difference.
Arabidze clearly driving seat, if you would ask me. Let's check the cameras just to see the faces. Is there anything?
Okay, if she manages to win, she's #1 for sure. So
yes,
definitely a very, very important point for her.
Yes, exactly. So she looks concentrated. Actually, her usual routine, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Nothing out of the ordinary, of course. We know that all of the girls are very concentrated, very professional in their way. So all of them sticking.
Yeah.
To the same
Let's
strategy.
go back to moves. Let's see.
We already have a draw.
Yes, this is what I mentioned when you were trying to check did you earn money from me or not. Okay, we were not betting for money, but who was right? Yeah, Olivia against Stavroula. Okay, somehow Stavroula is always finding her way. Oof, what has happened here? The basic point: White want to stabilize Black wants to stabilize the queen side, and then trying to play long term on problems which White has on king side. So we will see what will happen. This is typical position. If you're a Sicilian player, that somehow you tend to always like this type of positions, but of course White is also fine, more than fine. Here, isolated pawn. Somehow Elina is always skillful in getting some classical stuff. That's why she's also good on clock. Tempo doesn't, it's not a big importance here. Doesn't bring anything special for Black. So
but again, time on clock, 34 minutes only, 14th move.
Yeah, this is an issue because Black needs to decide either she plays some attacking way or she will just stick to some normal positional play. I like to play this position with White with isolate, but now I would need to switch the roles and see how would I play it with Black. But in general, Black should be completely fine here, but long term White at least has something to play. What's going on here? Looks, I don't know, 2 bishops. This c4 probably important resource for Black. Let's move on. Anna against Diamant. Knight f4 coming or not? Not yet, maybe. Black is of course more than fine, but we will see. Does she have anything more than that? Okay, this one is a mess. This one out of the opening was already getting to become complicated. Is Bella holding? Yeah, e5, as I mentioned, will be important thing. Okay, I like it. Now probably if Black doesn't have anything you want to move, she will get in the worse or maybe lost position. So let's calculate. Queen takes. Let's start with queen takes. Pawn takes right, guys. Rook comes to f7, and not much to calculate. So the knight is lost. So that means that she needs to play this, but there is no difference. this one is hanging. For what I can see, that white is recovering a piece in case of taking. Is g5 getting somewhere, not changing anything special? Okay, this might be a possibility, but I can take on f8. It's just a checkmate. So this is done deal, and probably black needs to figure out something, but it looks to me that she's completely lost. Please let's check the cameras to see the faces. So 7th board.
It's Kutenashvili Bella, yes, the only girl. No, we can see Toncheva as well, but it's on the 8th board. Bella is sitting and thinking, probably wondering how she got into this position.
Yes,
at all.
It looks to me that, yeah, it's just almost over.
Yeah, Karina is not even on the board. So that's how confident she is in this position, especially since she has already almost 50 minutes on the clock. She, of course, has enough time to calculate, but somehow white seems so dominant on the board.
Yeah.
Even for me on the first look.
Yeah, I fully agree. This looks really...
Okay, we can see Karina coming back to the board, rechecking her variations. But this definitely is a mess for Bella.
Yes.
And what do you do? How do you defend? Maybe some F5?
No, I don't think she can defend, actually. Now the idea is, I think the plan is not to lose on spot. Now you are this, or actually this was my, I would say, biggest quality. Once again, guys, I was not a top player. My results were decent, but nothing special. There are much better players, so don't think that the way how I'm approaching to this broadcast, that I'm trying to build some story about my play, but
but still 2600 is...
Yeah, but anyway, yeah, so basically what I was, my strongest part was if I would be lost, but quickly enough realized that, so sometimes I was lost in openings and so on, I would defend well. So I was turning some position from completely lost to even sometimes to winning position. I had some games really crazy. You couldn't believe that in the end I won it. By somehow in a mindset, you just need to try to find some logic. So if I would be black in this position, let me show you the position. So if I would be black in this position, so first of all, you need to realize, are you losing by spot with queens? Are queens helping your opponent? Of course, my queen on e7 is some kind of defensive resource keeping my position connected. But if I see that I will get mated, and this is very important that you do it objectively, like with some reasonable, I would say, assessment, not just to say I don't see a win, but to be fair and said to you, okay, actually this guy, she will attack me, she will sacrifice. Then you realize that this is your first move. Okay, check. So let's go up somewhere. Let's go up. Takes, bishop d7. So this is how I would start my, let's say, investigation. Maybe I will drop a pawn or some, but at least I'm not lost, because sometimes people are not ready to give away some material, and they play this type of position. We have like an equal material or whatever, but here queen e7 is just losing as well. But anyway, let's say that there is a difference, and somehow stick to material and then lose. If you need to play 2 pawns down, but not get mated, at least there is some chance that if the game goes on, you might survive. So this is very important, to be fair and to be objective, to decide about your direction. Not, let's say, to be subjective and saying that I might call somehow, but actually you are lying yourself.
But actually there are players who are subjective in the opposite direction, seeing threats that do not exist, right?
Okay, of course, this habit is also not so easy, but I'm getting so many times question, how can I improve in direction of defensive resource? I don't defend well. I'm playing much more easier when I'm attacking. Of course, everyone is doing that way. How to improve in that direction? First of all, I was giving an advice that you should start solving puzzles from the flip board. So if white is winning in this position, I would switch. Let's say that you give me this position and say white wins. I would switch the board, flip the board, and take a look from the black's perspective. Because why you start to see threats for your opponent during the game? Because here, if you're always watching from your side, then you always see only attacking possibilities. But when you are working, checking from your side, then you suddenly see. You start to notice threats from your opponent. This is first step. Second step would be that you don't see the first. This is typical. I give some puzzles to someone, and then she or he just see the main line and just quickly goes through, and then ask, what about this move? What about this defense? So try to find defense. It's that you put your all effort in position to try to find defense. So here, I would invest a lot of energy to find the defense, not to give this position from white perspective, white wins, and then let's try to find defense. Let's try to find a resource. You have one book from David Smerdon from Australia, a grandmaster. He was writing the one book. He wrote one book about chess swindler, where he I don't know, input some positions from his game, some blitz games, some others, how to resist in some position. You will see so many fantastic resources which was found in desperate position. It's always possible, so you just start to become more and more on defense. This was typical approach for Viktor Korchnoi. He would just defend position, and for him it was the same if he looks with white or with black piece. No matter. Just give him a position. So it's not easy. You will always be better attacker, but it might help you a bit. This one looks good for black. Yeah, looks fine, very fine for black, but still there is a lot of play around. This one, awful structure, but there is also some threats around. Who knows? We will see. Julia is very well focused usually in her games. What is going in Bulmaga against Garifulina? Two bishops, scary position. Okay, somehow I think it backfired. This line, black played fantastic game. Two bishops, and suddenly just collecting. I would say that white needs she needs to play well to get anything here probably. Now if I would be white, I wouldn't dream about some sticking to my pawn. You need to play this move. You need to exchange one pair of rooks. This rook is much active. So sometimes people in this type of position, they want to defend one pawn, they lose some time, but in general this should be a move. If you skip it and not play it and miss it, maybe black plays king b7 and suddenly you're under heavy attack. So this is very important to realize what you need to do. So to see possibilities from your opponent till it's time. As I'm saying, sometimes I was asked by the difference between grandmaster and said Patzer, but of course I don't want to be rude in any case. But the main difference that some kind of weak player starts or think to save himself or to realize that he needs to do something drastic when it's all over. Grandmaster start to change the direction of position when there is some time to save himself. If something goes wrong, he doesn't or she doesn't wait that it be beyond repair, but start changing the things. Same goes, for example, stock exchange. When everyone starts sell stocks, it's already too late. You need to see the trend. So this is the main difference. Try to realize about your position. It's not having a wrong assessment, or you don't have assessment evaluation of the position at all, you don't know which direction. If I have a feeling that I'm worse, I will try position, try to find moves which will go to that direction. Not if I'm in bad position, that suddenly I dream that I will attack or something, and it's already that's gone for a long. Yeah. Same goes when you are having a equal position or better position. If you don't think that if you wrongly estimate your position and you underestimate your chances, in a better position, you won't search for a killer, for some kind of combination. You will still think that you need to play something to defend your position. So it's very important to realize about your position at the right moment. I'm always telling to some players, they think that Magnus Carlsen comes in every position, has the best move. Immediately he sees 15 moves in advance, and that's it. No. He has probably the same system as I do in terms of searching for a candidate's move, but he gets much more information from the position. So here he will get much more than I do. So he would realize which direction. And then when you have a right direction, right information, then it's much easier to find moves. So people think that that he's just blitzing the moves. No, he's getting more information, he has more patterns, and then moves are coming. It's much easier for him. If he knows that he needs to deflect some position, that some piece or exchange, then he finds easy. And the main difference, I'm also saying, the main difference between top players and regular mortals is that top players play on 64 squares. Usually, as some kind of player who is playing, you are basically playing on available squares which are controlled by you. You don't tend to figure it out some moves which are on attack squares. But for those players, they don't restrict themselves in any position, even if it's 3-time control square by opponent. He sees this as a possibility to use this square for one piece and so on. So he doesn't. He has this broader picture, not restrict. When you restrict yourself, you're not ready to find invisible moves, like it was this book from Jonathan Affleck, invisible moves, because you tend to play only on available squares, and suddenly from 64 squares you're playing on 20 or 10 and so on. This is the main difference.
We have a grandmaster from Macedonia, Nedev Trajce, who would always say, everything is written on the board, you just need to know how to read it.
Yeah. But as I said, this evaluation information, I was also mentioning during my courses that you have, or lectures, you have 4 factors which are important to evaluate position: material, king safety, piece activity, and pawn structure. If material is someone has material advantage, then of course pawn structure is not so important. But if we have material level, king safety and piece activity, then of course pawn structure starts to become a factor. King safety and piece activity sometimes is a temporary factor. So it's connected with time, and time is in collision with material. So there are a lot of things, but basically you could, I would, let's say, try to evaluate this position. Let's say that I'm walking, and let's say that Dragana is playing not Macedonian Championship, and she's black.
You'll probably simulate this.
Completely focused, like some players do. I will first.
In some time trouble.
Yeah, first I would any time trouble. Yeah. First, I would just count the material. I would see that white is a pawn up, and then second factor would be king safety. Then I would check. Okay, this might be an important factor here. I wouldn't be sure. Okay, black king is basically safe. This one is not so safe if I can keep the position, my pieces. Then piece activity. I would see that those pieces are much more active than white, and let's say that we have equal material. Let's say that this one doesn't exist. Then pawn structure, I would say that this is a weakness. Why black has better pawn structure? Usually, how I think Nigel Short has said that it's good that you have more islands if you are Minister of Tourism in Greece, but if you are chess player, it's better that you have only one island, not diverse seaside. So these would be the factors, and then if I see that my piece activities, king safety, is in my favor, then I will maybe even try to find a killer. But if those factors are not in my favor, then of course I would think about structure and general plans.
So then when I finish the game, you would come to me and say, why the hell were you in time trouble? Number one.
Yes, exactly.
And number two, you would say, read this book and try to learn something.
Never mind, come on.
But what, jokes aside, what was the name of the book once again?
Which one? This Invisible Moves or no? Which one I mentioned?
Well, you were mentioning the 4 factors. Was it from
Okay,
your book,
I was writing this book, Grandmaster Mindset, where I made some comments how I was finding some ways in some positions. It's like for a basic for club players level. So I think it's useful, but I don't want to promote.
No, okay,
use this broadcast to promote my products. But anyway, there are so many good books where you could find. Of course, there are many players. Papa now was probably the one from you could learn similar things. But this helped me a lot. This process of evaluation position, this process of searching for a killer. 3 type of moves you should see. So evaluation of the position. Next step, if you think that factors are in your favor, then next step is searching for a killer, and to be able to find this invisible move or some tough move, usually connected with some combinational factors like back rank motive, bearing the king, and so on. Then you should, if you think that there is a killer, you should first check every check in position. No matter how it might sound silly, but if it crosses your mind for a second, you will realize that, oh, this might be a possibility. You will, of course, get rid of some possibilities which are not reasonable. Then you have second, it's every capture, and moves that create threats. These are the most complicated ones. So in this position, let's say if the queen is on the board, I would consider all those moves. All those moves I will consider for a second. Then let's say that I'm black, I want to create a threat, rook d8, rook d1. Which move creates a threat? Maybe h4, I don't know if this is a threat. So suddenly you are in this mindset. Maybe this position is not particularly good enough for this process, but it helped me a lot. Why? Because I played two times I played fantastic games. I lost both of them. I was playing against German Grandmaster Ivan Bunch, and I had one move, queen takes pawn. And I didn't consider this as a candidate. I knew that something is wrong in opponent's position, and I didn't play. And then next round...
You didn't listen to your own advice.
Yes, exactly. The next round, in some other tournament, I had this move coming, e5, I will play breakthrough with Slav defense with black, and suddenly I see queen takes d5. Queen sacrifice for a pawn. And I didn't play.
Oh.
Because I was aware that my opponent might have it. Something was strange in my position, and I said, let's stick to my system. And then I check, oh, queen d5. Unbelievable move, unbelievable. You can check this game. So first one was Jankovic bench, second one was Kreisel, Austrian player against me. I lost both of them. So you see that I'm not so good. Okay, so what's happening? Anything there looks normal. Let's do some brief analysis. This is like a complete mess already, but I would prefer white somehow. Again, this piece activity is in white favor. This one, structure with the queens on the board, maybe it's preferable for black. In queens off the board, white might claim the advantage. Here I would say that this is a6. Okay, that's a good move, but who knows? You are inviting this knight to come to e4. You see, piece activity, king safety, and then knight e5 came as a solution. Here, black should be better.
It always sounds so simple when somebody who knows what he's doing explains it. The same as when we're watching Djokovic and Nadal and Federer play. It looks so simple. Like.
Yeah, exactly. Simplicity is sometimes necessity and the best thing. 92, if I have my sense of danger, as I told you, rook c1 would be played. 92 might be good, but okay, she has some idea. But now I would be very careful. Very. I would check and recheck that move. Here, black is perfectly fine, but of course game goes on. Gunina, is she outplaying her opponent? It seems so, but still it's not so clear. This one, everything is going around this one. Of course, f5 might be at some stage g6 way to that. But if this one is out of play, then white can sometimes just play on the other wing. Savina against Sochko. Who knows? Who knows? Playing for a pawn sacrifice, but looks better for black. Dinara, as Elizabeth Petz was saying, she has chances if she wins. It looks very promising for her. Just this one drops. Knight is dominating. This one is not hanging due to the pin. Looks good. I think very good for black, I guess, or I don't think this is the right way to play this position. Rouser, this usually queen a5, I avoid this, looks better than it is in practice. Of course, if white plays a3, then this is useful, but without, it just looks nicer than it is. This is known. You just play queen a5, d5, you're happy, and suddenly you have issues on the other wing. I would prefer white.
And I can even use my knight on c1 to defend. On
yeah,
a2.
This is just somehow looks appealing, but in general, don't play queen a5 too often in Sicilian. Queen belongs to c7 in Sicilian because it covers the 7th rank, it's ready to attack over c-file, and sometimes e5, f4 are much more important. But everyone likes this queen a5, and then...
It looks attractive, yeah.
This looks better for white. No, who knows. Oh, we have already... Okay, e6, the square I mentioned, by that beautiful sacrifice by Vasily Ivachuk, but now we are getting another sacrifice.
Interesting.
Yeah, this looks just winning for white. So, crisis management says that, who knows, maybe black should exchange the queens if she doesn't get mated. If she gets mated, no, doesn't, if she gets mated, I would be very afraid to play this one. But okay, maybe white cannot avoid queen exchange. It looks horrible. I think just white is just winning, but we will check them. Please remember it.
Board 17.
Yeah, here, normal position. Not normal position. This looks awful for white. Knight on a rim, it's a dim, right? Ina.
Famous saying.
Yes. Time is overestimated factor in chess.
Yeah,
It's probably
time?
Yeah. But anyway, she's a great fighter. Who knows? It looks decent for black. Maybe black is fine here. I would prefer black because this undevelopment might be a problem. Fiona against Marina looks tough for black because this is what I see, and suddenly you cannot go out with the bishop, and this just, it's checkmate. Bishop one, this one is deciding. Erich, complicated, Stefanova. Tough chess. White is okay, black is okay. Who knows what will happen? This one looks bad for black. Vatalieva. Knight b4.
Facing the Serbian national champion.
Complicated. Zhukova finally developing It looks bad, very bad. Something went wrong here. She just went for it, but black is better here, I guess. We will see. Maybe there are some chances for her. What's that? Yeah, this was this king's attack we mentioned. I prefer white here. Yes, I like the way how white was playing, sacrificing. Very interesting play. White has full compensation, probably is better, but we'll see. Krasteva, what is she up to? Complicated position. Knight on a5 usually dominates those two pawns, but it's time to do something. White is better, but also black has normal position. This one needs to be rerouted. Nikolina made a draw, so she's quite happy, I guess, today.
6 points, I think, in total. That's a good result at this level of tournament.
Vicky Radeva playing
against Tihana.
Yes. Bulgarian-Croatian encounter. Rook h3, rook
had them
g3.
both in the studio.
Yes. Making artificial castle. a4, strange move to allow this b4 square, but okay, maybe a reasonable one. Now that there came this move repetition. So we are still waiting some complete mess to happen, like here. I like how she's doing. We will see. Let's check the cameras. Let's check the chat. Anything there? We are ready to get your questions. No questions, no comments yet. Maybe we can... let's see, just the cameras, anything there? Do you want to point out something?
I just wanted to notice, I know it's a bit strange, okay, but I want to say this. I saw that Nadia Doncheva is wearing red. It kind of sets a statement like, I'm not afraid, I'm here to fight, or is it just in my head?
I don't know. I heard from some guy when we were discussing like concentration, motivation. I had some idea to sit at the board because when you start walking, that you might see someone somewhere and then you lose some momentum. But okay. Of course, later I also started to walk around, but he told me about the board. You should bring something green and put it next to your board, because green, it's relaxing. And maybe also, yes. And then I said, what, avocado? Or we will see. Yeah.
If the anti-cheating team lets you in with anything.
Yes,
into
exactly.
The playing hall.
Exactly. But this is what I got as...
Yeah, green is usually related to relaxing of the eyes and the mind.
Yes, I agree. I fully agree. But it's not easy. Not easy to decide about all those factors. How important, because they say usually in details are advantages, but...
I remember when we played the Netherlands back in Crete, the European Team Championship. The first round we had a teddy bear on the table. Yeah.
Hopefully not that.
Lucky
hopefully not that one from the movie, right? Okay, no, okay, just asking. Yeah. Okay, first one was nice. Have you watched second one as well? Because we will also ask.
No, I haven't seen the second one.
Yeah, we will also ask which I don't know, movies. Let's check the question. Which movie series we like to follow? Music. Okay, ladies first. If you want.
Tough question.
Which music you like to listen? Okay, international music, just for our viewers to be.
Well, I don't know. I have a few random songs that, you know. Do you have a playlist like for before the game? I guess you do not have since you.
Yeah, I had it one.
You had it.
I was listening something you cannot probably connect it with Croat Grandmaster classical style. I was listening 50 Cent.
Yeah.
There is a song.
Kind of hype before the game.
There is
right?
a song, Many Men. It's like the guy was attacked, but in the end he prevailed. He's on a danger. Everyone is there to kick his butt, but in the end he was doing this better. And somehow I was coming to the board, so everyone is trying to get my scalp, but in the end.
But you prevailed.
Yes, even in those songs, of course, it's not if young people is watching this commentary now, because even there are some gunshots in the beginning of the song. But I was listening that song. This was my like a famous song. Like I had when I was studying, I had before exam only one song. It was Passenger from Australian guy, not David Bowie, but who was else? Iggy Pop. Iggy Pop, Passenger, and somehow this was my song before the exams. But before the matches, Many Men. And then if I lose, I have like a playlist of 40 songs, 40 sad songs. Don't You Cry, Guns N' Roses, and so on. My Way, Sinatra or Elvis.
But does it get to a more up to beat till the end of the playlist?
No. It just goes. It gets sadder. Everybody Hurts, R.E.M. Then Moby, which one was that? And so. But my actually philosophy was that you need to let's make emotions that day. You need to get over it, because tomorrow you need to be completely focused to a new game. So that day chapter, I would be sad. For me it's okay. I would also understand from my colleagues. But tomorrow morning, positive, optimistic, new fight, new day.
Nice. I like listening to Coldplay. But
I like Scientists.
Yes,
is my
I wanted to say that album, the older songs, and I have to say thanks to my previous coach Risto Menkinovski, because he was the one who introduced me to Coldplay, and it was while we were working on chess. I had this. It was probably the time of my life when I was the most prepared. We had this, like, let's say, small individual camp of 2 weeks, where I would work for 2 hours in the morning. I was switching repertoires. I was starting to play E4 back then, and so to learn everything that I was supposed to learn, we had 2 hours in the morning of soul theory. Then I had a few puzzles or so in the meantime while I was at the beach, and in the evening we had 2 hours of endgames. So like that for 2 weeks, and it was before.
So you are still alive?
Yeah. But I was 12. I was 12.
Okay.
So,
no, but this is nice effort from you.
Yeah, I enjoyed it so much, and he would always play Coldplay in the background. He would say like, okay, what do you think about this position? And then he would put Coldplay, and we would be silent, and I was actually mumbling, singing while I was thinking.
Oh, this is typical.
But and my dad would always get warmed up, and he was like, why do you play the music? Like, you need to concentrate. But somehow I think better when I'm listening to music for some reason. I don't know. It's not logical, but somehow I feel like that.
Now we started a topic. I can say a lot. Actually, Bobby Fischer in Iceland during his 72 match, he was listening. They said, okay, the guys who were there and making some memoirs, they were saying that he was listening to loud rock music, and it was so loud that some players were shocked. How can he work on chess? I know that Arionian is always mentioning he likes to listen classical music. But anyway, when I sit to my car, I cannot start the engine without the radio.
Yeah, right,
so
right.
This is typical for me. I like, for example, the best album, if you would ask me, was Nirvana Unplugged in New York.
Okay, the
yeah.
classics.
So this is one of my favorite. I would listen to so many similar style of music. But you just said beach. There was then studies and so on. There was a famous not incident, but okay, there was a famous story how Bobby was tricked, I think, by Misha, by Tile, that Soviet players were at the beach, and suddenly they see Bobby, and then actually Tal knew that Bobby will come to the beach and said, okay, I will put you now study, and everyone will say, I see it. I will tell you the solution, and then Bobby will be nervous. And so they were like Stein, probably, who was there at that time. I need to recall, but let's say a few players. And then what was the study? They call this initial study. King on E1, starting position. King on E1. I can put on the position. I can put just that you have a visualization. King on D1. King on E1, Queen on D1, Bishop on C1, Bishop on F1. Starting position. And the black king is on E4. Mate in 3. Oh. This was study which was on the board at the beach. And suddenly people will start to say, yeah, I see it. Yeah, I see it. And then two, three of them, and Bobby was nervous because he doesn't see it.
Imagine the pressure.
He was, and then finally after 10 minutes he has found the solution, and it was not so hard. But so this was when you mentioned this beach and study. This reminds me. But in general, there was some actually funny moments. One of our players, Croatian player, Grandmaster Šarić, told me that during some event when he was, I think, playing European Youth Championship or even World Championship under 14, then his opponent asked the arbiter or maybe even him, please not sing so loud, because he was unaware. He was unaware that he was doing this. He was doing this loudly. Yeah. But okay, music of course helps. But recently I stopped to listen during preparation. But
it's interesting who's your roommate. When I would be roommate with Bojana Bajatović, she would never let me to play any song that's like because I would always put some rock on. Like, for example, Jet, Are You Gonna Be My Girl? Do you know that song?
No.
Never mind. But it's just that upbeat. It's very, just prepping you for some energetic events. And she would say like, no, I will have this song in my mind during the game and I will not be able to concentrate. We only listen to instrumental music. So not my type of tea, not my cup of tea.
Yeah.
But still, she would actually put some, I think it's called epic music or something like that. So it still has some of that energy, bringing you into the game more concentrated. I guess it's a more professional way of doing it, but I still have some hype songs. And you mentioned 50 Cent. We had Eminem at some World Youth event. I remember I'm Not Afraid is the song. To take a stand, something like that. And I was in the middle of the game, and there was some crazy position on the board, and suddenly two of my teammates come to check what's going on. They have finished. So suddenly when I see them behind of me, and I'm like, I'm not afraid now. And the mind's in my mind, I start the song, and it's funny memories.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. But this is typical. You're a tournament. You have a laptop with you all the time, so actually you can read a bit. In my hotel room, in this hotel, there is a TV, of course, a smart TV. You just turn it on, and there is a Wi-Fi there. There is also, but there is some kind of initial song. And
yeah, we have it too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's some instrumental. Bésame mucho, right? Is in my room.
We don't have that song. We
I have Bésame
one.
mucho in instrumental way.
Maybe you're in a in a better room.
No, I don't know. Maybe different.
I didn't recognize our song, but it wasn't that one.
Okay. Okay. As I said, music helps a bit to get over some, and when you are in a good mood, also to enjoy a bit your victory or your good result. But this is quite
different playlists for different type of events. Yeah.
Yeah, and I remember during European Individual in Slovenia, and then like former Yugoslavia starts together, and then some music, and then Western people are coming. What's that? Come on, give us our music. So it's.
But we prevail.
Okay. Never mind. But it was funny when I was organizing. I will organize afterwards in a few weeks. I will organize this tournament I was mentioning, this VIP famous celebrities chess tournament in Zagreb, charity. Last year, Mladen Bodalec, who is a singer of one of the biggest bands in Croatia called Prljavo kazalište, I can translate maybe as like what, dirty theater? No. Okay, muddy theater or something like this. And actually he made the concert in the late 80s and beginning of 90s. It was for Zagreb, but since Croatia is only 4 million, Zagreb is less than million, maybe 700,000, but at that time it was even less. And there was a concert on the main theater, 100,000 people. And he was singing. He's a lawyer in general, but of course singing for already 30 years, and his level is maybe I think he was like from Croatian. How was it? We have those categories in former Yugoslavia. He was like third or second category. So the guy was experiencing so many concerts, playing in everywhere around the world, Australia, America. So in Zagreb, 100,000 people gathered because before in late 80s, and he said that he couldn't sleep before my tournament because there was so huge pressure, and this is a role. He has some knowledge of chess, some background, so he thought, okay, I might be a favorite there. So there are some expectation. In the end, he went to a semi-final. He lost as a former country president, Ivo Josipovic. They were together in semi-final. He lost from one TV guy. And also the same, I was said by Croatian rower, 2 medalists from Rio, 2016, and 2012 was, where was it? 2016, and somewhere my brain stopped. What, 2012 was London? No. I think 2016 Rio, and now Tokyo, I think, if I'm not mistaken, because of COVID was 2021. And he said, I needed to go to toilet during the night 15 times. So he was also excited. So for me, it was funny to hear all those guys who were so experienced on this top scene that suddenly they are facing this adrenaline,
It's not the usual scene for them, so I guess some excitement.
Exactly. So let's check. But once again, you mentioned Eminem, Super Bowl last year, when they were just gathering all those rap and R&B guys like Dr. Dre, Eminem, 50 Cent. And when I saw 50 Cent from this same scene from his song In the Club, when he was falling from the floor, from the ceiling. With more than 20 kilos more than before. It was funny to see them. Yeah, but it was memorable last year. This year was Rihanna, right? Yeah. Okay, so let's check the games. Let's check the game. First, let's check the cameras. Who is in the club yet? Stavrula is in the club. Okay.
Stavrula. Okay. Maybe she heard me now that I mentioned her name, so she straightened up.
But in the meantime, let's check the chat.
Who are the most talented under 20 players in Europe?
Are we talking about women chess? I guess we do, right?
I guess so, since we haven't mentioned, but yeah, we can say about this tournament, we have Beidulaeva as last year or still current world champion under 20. At this tournament, we have Garifulina Leia, who is doing very well. We have Makrician Mariam. We have to mention Toncheva Nadia, who is even younger, under 18, I think she's 17. We have Zhapova Yana at this tournament, Lehachi, yesterday's birthday, 19th birthday. So those are some of the best players that we have currently on the tournament.
Yeah, but as question is, I think, about generally who is very talented, in Europe, I would say that Roberts Elin from Netherlands, mentioned by Elizabeth Pats. Guys, you can rewind the YouTube channel or a commentary broadcast today. Our guest was Elizabeth Pats. Great player, but also a player who shared her opinion, her thoughts about just this recent New Delhi FIDE Grand Prix. But she mentioned one name, and I was asking her who are now some talents and maybe some players to brand. I mentioned Olivia Kulbasa. She's doing great here. She's from Poland. She was also mentioned by Elizabeth, like a very promising player. But one name was raised. It was Elaine Roberts from Netherlands. If I'm not mistaken, she played in Vrnjačka Banja in men's competition. So quite a talented, a talented player. Actually, I noticed her play also before. So guys,
she was playing the Vaikanze as well, right?
Yes. Huge talent.
Having some
huge talent.
Results over there.
Check the interview. You can rewind. So any questions there? Not yet. So as we mentioned, faces, it's starting to become harder. We have Sargsyan against Cornet. That's a draw. So let's check the board. I will show you how this was the structure. As I mentioned, if black keeps the queen, she's probably having initiative with the queens off the board, and white would start to do something with her pawns on the king side, but with the queens she can't do much. But actually I'm a bit surprised, because still this position still has some venom.
But I think Sargsyan Anna is already qualified for the World Cup, so maybe she was lacking a motive to continue playing. And I think Diamante was one of the girls who was before this round in the 9 spots, so maybe she was thinking that draw was enough to qualify.
Yeah, I understand. Good point. So let's check the first board. Melia Salom against Arabidze Mary.
Fighting for the gold.
Yes, situation looks tense. I would of course take black. Typical position, although black needs to include a little bit more pieces. Now those 3 pieces are very well placed, but she missed this rook and the bishop. Somehow she needs to find how to include them, because if she doesn't do that, then white might include her pieces quicker.
Okay, so if you take black and we have black on the move.
No, I'm not sure now. I'm not sure. When this was my first
opinion.
So probably black is still fine. Although it seems to me she will start going back, because when you have queen in front, of course every move means that she will need to go back.
And you don't want to take on g3
you
because
can take your opening. But
file.
This might be a reasoning. So here, this move might be a try, but then I play bishop c1. You need to go back, and then after knight c5 my bishop is coming, so you don't want to open this position. Actually, Melia now is maybe turning the tables, getting better position. Was there anything better there? Yeah, this maybe at this point was a point where player, maybe of some top player, would see that it's time not to start the action yet. That maybe to keep the possibility, maybe to bring some pieces, because of course this sounds very appealing, but I'm not sure now. Let's see how Stavrula is doing. This is a complete mess. It seems to me that she's much better. Olivia is having a tough time here. This is typical Sicilian, where probably white would happily start moving back her pawns or castle, and this is not the case. Usually in this position, this type of position, black sacrifices 1 or 2 pawns, but I don't see any sacrificed thing yet. Okay, here she will, if something happens, she will sacrifice.
But definitely an interesting choice of opening with g4.
Okay, these days this Keres style or h3 g4, but the thing is, you see that, for example, MVL is playing this line, and sounds interesting. It reminds me how, you know how they have those viral videos in how they say, what you expect, expectation versus reality. And then in tennis, in soccer, people are trying to maybe copy that in Sunday, how they call this Sunday Week League, to copy those top players, and then the guy, or let's say if they are doing I don't know, some activity which is connected with some special gymnastic stuff, and suddenly you see some injuries and they look completely silly. Sometimes this is the case. You see that those top players you're playing that you want to play, you want to copy, and somehow MVL knows which direction to take. This reminds me when you are trying to copy parkour I don't know, the parkour way, and suddenly you are ending with a big injury or funny situation. This I like. Suddenly, black is sort of preparing some activity. 9 minutes on clock. This bishop is very well placed. We will see. Still, black is not better, but...
Oh, you said 9 minutes, like she has 9 hours. 18th move. 9 minutes. Okay, that's...
No, but I'm saying this in
stressful.
black's advantage.
Ah, okay.
What's going on? Rook is missing. Where is that rook? So probably knight f7, or... No, knight f7, queen f6, what... Okay, still there is some... So knight f5, go back. You come to g8, I guess. Okay, edge 8 is also a possibility. No, probably edge 8 is better, not to come to g3. And then I need to include my queen. I might do it this way. Okay, there is some attack around. Very interesting from Claudia. So Natalia is, how this happened? Yeah, white was looking better, but I like the way. Great tactics. Come on. Okay.
So brave, yeah.
Yeah, knight f4. This is just better for white, for sure. Corina. Okay, somehow black managed to survive. Congratulations. Queens are off the board, so with precise defense, she just did look completely lost. But she did what she needs to do. Yeah, bravo.
Change the queens, but in a better way than we were.
Yeah, much better way than I expected. Now I don't think that white has anything tangible. Maybe black could even outplay white. We will see. Nadia, she was enjoying a bad position, but suddenly tables were turned. Typical somehow in Marcel's games that she's playing energetically, having some initiative. Suddenly, if this doesn't lead to a winning position, sometimes she cannot turn the roles. Yeah, Osma Kulia, Garifulina. Okay, complicated battles ahead of us. Switchboard I mentioned.
17.
70, nice memory. And that
We have a result, yeah.
With a white spin. This one was just curtains. Oh.
Taking left 2.
Yeah, checkmate is about to come. You cannot move the king because I take on f8. When you take here, I take, and then this should end up in a checkmate. Probably she calculated till the end. Let's see if we could do something better. Just a sec, not to be too quickly. Okay, king f6. Yeah, knight
94.
Yeah,
Yeah,
come
okay.
on, ridiculous that I don't see this. Okay, let's check the cameras for the last time. Make a short break, and then we will. We will go back. So we are back. Before we switch to Montenegrin television, let's make some comment, right?
Yeah, brief recap before we leave you for 15 minutes.
So first board, somehow after G3, I was thinking first that black is still in driving seat, but now I changed my mind. It looks complicated, and that's why she's thinking. Now I would say that we have like a turning point of the game.
Critical.
Yeah,
critical moments.
We got this question, what about Stavrula's game? Actually, we mentioned a few times, guys, G4, D5, King on F1, everything looks a little bit dark in the white's position, so only some time trouble plus maybe last round nerves and a lot of mistake can maybe give white some chance. Fourth board looks fine for black. Okay, the clock is probably we have some issue with transmission, if I'm not mistaken. The clock is not correct one. This one I mentioned as it looked green for black. We don't see exact positions. This one looks that the worst part is over for black. Toncheva, it's the same here.
Still a move?
Yeah, white is probably better. Lilith made a draw against Bivol. Gunina, complicated position. So let's check the cameras before we move to Montenegrin. So players are thinking. You can see that the battle is tense. On the upper left, we can see this first game that something has changed in Stavrula's position. Now I can see that the rook is not on b2, so there was an exchange sacrifice, but she took a d5 pawn. She will get to the f4 square, I guess. I don't know. Hard to say. I was watching at the wrong position. Now I see a little bit different position. Maybe king is on g1 suddenly. Maybe the worst is over for white. On the I think we now got the position. Let's go back to moves. Yeah, suddenly it's okay. She returned the knight here. Yeah, this is the position we had on camera. Let me check. So pawn is back. I see that bishop will probably go to b4. Okay, there is a compensation. There is a compensation for black for sure. Bishop goes to... The point is to exchange with bishop b4. Draganovic got the moves. You can sit back. Yeah, so this is Stavrula's game. Exchange sacrifice in the end. Rook b3 and then playing for a compensation. It looks better for black still, if you ask me. First board, yeah.
Oh, rook f7.
No, this is not correct. So probably they exchanged on g3, and that was what happened. Natalia Buksa looks completely lost.
The queen was hanging on h5, maybe.
When?
It was correct? With
Sorry, I just finished that analysis. Where was it? Which game was that? No? How I miss it now? No. This one, right? Yes, I completely forgot. I thought that they included this and then I forgot that this is discovered attack. Oh, sorry, my bad.
Multitasking, guys, not an easy job to do.
For men, right? This is what you wanted to say in the end.
It is a women's championship, but
Joking.
we're still respecting you.
Yeah. Looks better for black, you see? So she was trying to stick to her pawn, or I don't know, and suddenly position looks worse than before. So let's check the cameras for the last time before we switch to Montenegrin television. Players are deep in thoughts. As I mentioned, from outside we don't have this feeling how tough is now for them. All those possibilities are around. So let's close the English broadcast.
Yeah, we're making a short break, guys. In 15 minutes, the Montenegrin broadcast will be over, and we will be back soon after that.
Yeah, okay. So
stay with us. Dobar dan, dragi gledalci, dobrodošli u poslednje finalno kolo Evropskog ženskog prvenstva ovde u Petrovcu, Crnoj Gori. Moje ime je Dragana Nikolovska.
Ja sam Alojzije Janković. Drama nije na Old Traffordu, ali je u Petrovcu.
Ali je u Petrovcu. Jako uzbudljive partije, što se može vidjeti i po rezultatima. Za početak, kratka rekapitulacija rezultata prošlog kola. Imali smo 4 igračice u vodećoj grupi sa po 7 poena, koje su obe imale odlučujući rezultat u međusobnim duelima. Arabidze Meri je uspela da pobedi Gišard Polin na prvoj tabli, dok je Maltevskaja Aleksandra izgubila od Kjelbase Olivije u poljskom duelu. Iza njih smo imali grupu od 6 igračica sa po 6,5 poena. Kotenošvili Bela koja je izgubila od Melije Salom, Buksa Natalija iz Ukrajine koja je remizirala sa Sargisjan Anom, Garifunina Leja koja je izgubila od Solakidu Stavrule iz Grčke. Stanje na tabeli pre poslednjeg kola je sledeće. Imamo 3 Gruzike u top 7 igračica, 2 Poljakinje u top 7. Takođe, jako interesantna situacija na tabeli. 2 igračice sa po 8 poena, Arabidze Meri i Kjelbasa Olivija. Solakidu Stavrula iz Grčke na 3. mesto sa 7,5 i Melija Salome sa 7,5 poena takođe. Jedna od njih 4 će svakako biti prvakinja nakon današnjeg kola.
Tako je, ovo prvenstvo će ostati zapamćeno kao jedno od najborbenijih ikad u povijesti. Toliko odlučenih partija, toliko pobjeda. Nitko ne gaji onaj talijanski katanačo koji smo nekad znali vidjeti u šahovskim partijama kada se igra čvrsto, bez rizika. Ovdje se igra va-bank, tika-taka, ako sad se držimo u nekog nogometnog rječnika. Vrlo oštro, ima pobjeda i u gostima, što bi bilo jednako crnim figurama. Tako da vrlo borbeno natjecanje koje pobudilo strašan interes svih praktično zapadnih medija i općenito generalno svjetske javnosti. Toliko borbeno, toliko neizvjesno, igračice se izmjenjuju. Imali smo neke igračice koje su vodile pa su zatim ispale, kao što je recimo Sočko Monika koju ste imali više puta vidjeti u ovom prijenosu, no sada su neke nove igračice, pojavila se, kao što je Dragana spomenula, Grkinja Solakidu Stravula koja igra odlično i uz Meliju Salom je napravila najbolji finiš i njih dvije su igračice koje su pokazale tu neku stabilnost u tim kritičnim trenucima za osvojiti ili biti u samom vrhu na ovakvom natjecanju. Jako je bitan finiš jer se s pobjedom skače puno u poretku. Mislim da možemo malo pogledati kameru.
Ono što možete vidjeti na kameri su prve dve table, prve dve ploče. Dakle, na prvoj tabli imamo gruzijski derbi, Melija Salom protiv Arabidze Meri. Meri je jedna od vodećih sa 8 poena, Melija Salom je odmah iza nje sa 7,5, dakle ukoliko izgubi Meri može da izgubi zlato. Ništa nije zagarantovano. Na drugoj tabli Kjolbasa Olivija belim figurama iz Poljske protiv Colekidu Stavrule iz Grčke. Stavrula je uspela da naniže 4 bitnih pobjeda u prethodnih 4 kola, što je dovelo u sami vrh tabele, tako da ovo su svakako najinteresantnije partije koje će odlučiti prvaka Evrope.
Tako je, možemo spomenuti da je taj sudar na drugoj ploči između Poljske i Grčke predstavnice, jedan nagovještaj mladosti koja će preuzeti uskoro svjetski vrh. Olivija se već dokazala na šahovskoj olimpijadi, ali i Stavrula je zapravo jedna budućnost europskog šaha. Ona studira u Americi u jednom poznatom šahovskom središtu, to je San Luis, jedno mjesto u Americi u kojem žive praktično svi najbolji svjetski igrači, od Caruane, Aronjana do Domingueza, Nakamure. Evo, ona je tamo na studiju i sigurno da će imati priliku u dodiru s tim igračima još više napredovati. Igra jedan vrlo hrabar, aktivan šah. Ako malo pogledamo poziciju, ako možete pobrojati stvari na ploči, pored kralja bijele se nalazi top. To je taj top koji je viška u odnosu na crnu. Crna ima samo jednog topa pored svoje dame, ali ima zato jednog ekstra skakača više, kojim pokušava igrati na neku dominaciju, kompenzaciju. Naravno da je materijal sada u korist bijele u slučaju da bi se promijenile dame i praktično sve ostale figure, top bi bio vrijedniji od skakača, no u ovom trenutku kralj je taj faktor bijele, za razliku od crnog kralja koji je siguran. Bijeli kralj je otvoren, pješaci u šahu ne idu nazad. Jednom kad je otvorite otvaranju, bijela je naravno imala svoju neku koncepciju, nije znala da će doći do ovoga. Sad naravno rado bi da joj pješak nije tako isturen ispred kralja. Ima puno za igrati, ima puno mogućnosti. Jako je teško shvatiti koliko su zapravo igračice nemirne. U šahu se ne može izvikati, napraviti žuti karton ili neki faul čvršći. Ovdje morate biti mirni, a u vama kuha jedan vulkan. Vjerujte mi, igračice su itekako nervozne.
Posebno u ovakvim situacijama gdje je sve jednostavno na...
Tako je, na Kovacki jedan slabiji potez sada znači praktično možda i gubitak partije. Nema više mjesta za povratak. Zadnje kolo je, sve što su do sada radili može biti okrunjeno uspjehom, ali može i naravno završiti sa velikim padom u poretku, jer u slučaju poraza bilo koje od ove igračice, s obzirom da je na ovom prvenstvu 136 igračica, ima jako puno njih koje nastupaju, svaki poraz znači da će netko iza njih sa pobjedom ih prestići, jer je situacija u vrhu jako gusta, za pola boda bježe svojim pratiteljicama i zbog toga taj rizik u partiji nosi jako puno, jer može značiti i naravno neko razočaranje na kraju.
Tako je. Ono što smo spomenuli više puta u prethodnim uključenjima jeste da ovo prvenstvo donosi i 9 potencijalnih mesta za svetski kup. Tako da stanje nakon 10. kola na tabeli, devojke koje bi se kvalificirale na kup ukoliko bi se turnir završio juče: Javakišvili Lela, zatim Gišart Polin, Melija Salom, Bivola Lina, Colekidu Stavrula koju upravo vidite crnim figurama bliže nama, Deolit Kornet Deimante, Mkrčijam Marijam, Kulon Klaudija i Tončeva Nadija. To su devojke koje su trenutno zauzele svoje mesta, što naravno stanje nakon posljednjeg kola se može promeniti.
Bez obzira na stanje na partiji, što je većina igračica u ovom trenutku ipak fokusirana na svoje partije, one nekako u nekom dijelu mozga su svjesne da možda može odlučivati neka partija iza njih, neki direktni susret drugih igračica, dodatna praktično neka gol razlika, što se naziva u šahu Buchholz, koja odlučuje u slučaju jednakog broja boda, no prvi kriterij ipak direktan direktan susret u slučaju da igrači se završe sa istim brojem bodova na kraju. Recimo igrale su neki od prethodnih kola, igračica koja je pobjedila bit će bolje plasirana u krajnjem porodku. U slučaju da nisu igrale ili u slučaju da je ta partija završila remijem, onda se gleda zbroj bodova ostalih igračica, što znači da zapravo favorizira one koji su igrali dobrim dijelom u vrhu jer su i njihove protivnice imale više bodova, no to se može promijeniti vrlo onako lako u zadnjem kolu u slučaju da se dogodi nekakav potop protivnica. Tako da puno faktora, zadnje kolo, približavamo se zeitnotu, na satu je malo vremena.
Da, stanje na satu. U partiji koju smo upravo pomenuli, Kielbasa Olivija ima samo 4,5 minuta, dok Stavroula Colakidu iz Grčke ima 17,5 minuta. 29. potez, što znači da imaju još 11 poteza do famoznog 40. gde će im se dodati još po pola sata i gde će moći malo da predahnu. Međutim, da li će uspeti i da dođe do situacije koja će posle 40. poteza dovesti i predah?
Da, dobivamo stalno te komentare i možda neke upitnike u smislu je li šah toliko naporan sport kao određeni sportovi koji su nam više dostupniji od nogometa pa nadalje, ali uzmite u obzir da su to igračice koje praktično 11 dana u samo jedan slobodan dan igraju dan za danom, nose te svoje poteze, emocije koje ih zapravo svako kolo moraju stavljati po stranu jer čeka sutra novi dan, nemaju baš ni prilike za pripremiti se za nešto, zakrpati u slučaju da je u repertoaru otvaranja njihovih pojavio se neki problem. Mnoge od njih su imale preokrete, neke drame koje su završavale gubitkom cijelog boda ili nekad pola boda, tako da vrlo jedno naporno psihički natjecanje, zbog toga se u šahu sve više i više posvećuje pažnja fizičkoj pripremi, jer za izdržati ovako natjecanje, biti u samom vrhu, igrati dan za danom, to je jako puno. Ja često znam uzeti primjer, recimo kada želim objasniti koliko je teško neko natjecanje, recimo turnir kandidata u šahu u kojem znaju igrati 8 najboljih igrača izuzev svjetskog prvaka i tih 8 se bori za samo jedno mjesto koje vodi u meč za svjetskog prvaka. To je kao da igra Španjolska, Njemačka, Francuska, Engleska, Argentina ili ne znam tko već i sad igra dan za danom protiv takve vrste protivnika. To je toliko blizu, toliki su mečeva, samo jedan pobjednik ide u meč za svjetskog prvaka. Inače šah ima strašnu tradiciju. Od 1886. godine, od kada je ustoličen meč za svjetskog prvaka u kojoj su igrali u Americi Steinitz i Zukertot, Steinitz postao prvim službenim svjetskim prvakom. Od tada je samo 16 ljudi postalo muškim svjetskim prvakom, što je pokazatelj da oni koji su bili svjetski prvaci da su itekako zaslužili, držali su svoju vladavinu. Isto je tako bilo i u ženskoj konkurenciji. Ovdje imamo jednu bivšu svjetsku prvakinju koja je teško nije uspjela priključiti se vrhu.
Da, Stefanova Antoneta imala jako težak turnir u Petrovcu. Naravno, tu imamo mlade igrače, nove nade, nove sile koje su prosto... Niko ovde, morate znati da niko ne dolazi nespreman. To su sve nekim delom i novi igrači, međutim, svi su u svojoj najboljoj formi ovdje.
Tako je, ono što sada vidimo, još jedanput vidimo prvu ploču, na prvoj ploči Melija Salom sa bijelim figurama, znači desna igračica protiv lijeve Arabidze Meri koja igra sa crnim figurama. Vidimo da je zabrinutija i sad je uključen igračici sa crnom figurama, da je zabrinutija ipak igračica sa crnim figurama, znači Arabidze. Komplicirana pozicija, pokušava dati maksimum, dok ispod imamo ovu partiju koju smo spomenuli između Poljakinje Kielbase Olivije i Grkinje Colakidu Stavrule. U sklopu ovog europskog prvenstva održava se taj komentar iz studija koji vodimo Dragana i ja. Igračice su dolazile u studio, davali su svoje komentare, jučer nam je baš Grkinja bila gošća i mogli smo vidjeti koliko je ona posvećena šahu, koliko je optimistična za svoju igru i nije čudo da ima dobar rezultat sa tim pozitivnim stavom. Isto se može reći i za Oliviju iz Poljske koja je preživjela nekoliko jako teških trenutaka, imala je u partijama dosta problema, ali uspjevala je isplivati iz njih, što pokazuje jednu klasu. Teško mi je prognozirati što će biti.
Svakako se ne usuđujem da dam prognozu u ovom trenutku, sve je moguće. Ono što također bismo mogli da spomenemo, stajanje na satu na prvoj ploči, Melija belim figurama ima skoro 9 minuta, dok Arabidze Meri ima skoro 14:33 potez. Dakle, malo opuštenija varijanta, međutim, opet daleko smo od opuštenog.
Da, teško je sada reći kako će igračice koristiti svoje vrijeme. Netko ima princip da praktično skoro za svaki potez koristi slično, je li to minuta, netko se zamisli pa onda odigra 3-4 poteza za redom, složi neki kratkoročni ili dugoročni plan, dok neke igračice, kao što sam rekao, vole svaku poziciju iz početka malo provjeriti i onda odigrati neki potez. Možemo malo sad po nekakvom izrazu lica stječi dojam da na drugoj ploči igračica sa bijelim, Olivija Klobasa, mrvicu zadovoljnija, nekako je pogledala kao opuštenije. Colakidu ima svoj klasični neki izražaj. Gore je teško reći, igračice su jako koncentrirane, praktično ne dižu glavu sa ploče, potpuni fokus.
Možemo spomenuti također da su Olivija i Arabidze, da su se susrele, imale su međusobni duel neko kolo pre ovoga, u kome je triumfovala Arabidze Meri, tako da u slučaju da obe pobede i da dele, u slučaju da obe prvog mesta, prvi dodatni kriterijum, kao što si upravo rekao, Alojzije, međusobni duel, Arabidze Meri bi imala prednost u toj situaciji.
To puno znači kada vam igra takva mogućnost, da jednostavno u slučaju diobe mjesta vi ste ti koji će na kraju zauzeti bolje mjesto. Čekaju nas medalje, čekaju nas pehari, igračice naravno puno sad pokušavaju dati da se ostvari najbolje što može. Puno također imaju i navijača koji prate. U komentarima smo jako puno puta dobivali neke pa i možda uzvike ohrabrenja za igračice. Ima puno navijača, šah je sport koji više nema klasičnu publiku koja je recimo prisutna možda u nekim sportovima kao stadionska, već sve se preselilo uglavnom na internet i dobiva se ovaj nekakav doživljaj preko poteza, preko komentatora, uz kameru. Diljem svijeta se gleda, iznenadili bi se od kuda sve dolaze, ulazi na internet stranice sa svih kontinenata, prenose se na sve važnije sajtove, tako da evo, ono što ja često znam reći, ovo je također i neka turistička prilika za Petrovac, možda bi se malo teže čulo u nekim drugim stvarima, evo kroz šah sve igračice će prenijeti dojmove u svoje zemlje. Napisani su mnogi članci i to je promocija, inače jedna velika koja možda teško je i ljudima shvatiti kolika je.
Također imamo dosta gledalaca i na našem live broadcastu koji vodimo svakog dana tokom celog trajanja kola, tako da i ti ljudi i ti gledalci su definitivno saznali za Petrovac.
Tako je. Evo, mi se sad polako odjavljujemo. Ono što uvijek učinimo je to da se na kraju uključimo i da dobijete još jednu ili rekapitulaciju ili zadnje momente koji su onako najzanimljiviji. Ne znamo ko će biti prvak Europe. To je nešto što, evo, trenutačno nam nije jasno, imamo jednu dramu i nadam se da će biti dramatično i u drugom dijelu kada ćete se uključiti. Do tada mi vas pozdravljamo.
Budite s nama.
And we are back.
We are back in the most interesting times.
Exactly, guys. hopefully you could at least you could see the faces on camera while we were discussing together. Yeah, but now it's time that we switch back to English to tell you our opinion. My point was that black was struggling. We are having this Fischer random position. We can expect that this castle happens, but of course not. I'm joking. This is a regular position. Queen H8 was a necessity. Of course, sometimes you do even the ugliest moves just to keep the position healthy enough. So, some conclusion. At the moment, it seems that white came out with the pieces, but I'm not now optimistic because somehow position was a little bit more healthy before. So maybe this concept with rook take f7 was wrong. Tempting but wrong, because by this way this bishop is active and knight might come out, edge file. This X-ray is happening. Hard to say.
Suddenly the position has opened so much, and
yeah, you see that I'm changing my mind. That means that I would need some time to
be silent and to make a proper decision. Yeah,
exactly. But then never mind. It's complicated. This is for sure conclusion. 1, 2, 3 moves are completely changing the assessment, and this was the case a few moves ago as well. That one is a little bit more easier for me to grasp. What's going on here? This was not the move for sure, so probably queen b3 take. This was the move. So let's see what has happened there. Yes, king g2 and then bishop c5.
So that would mean that we're on move 32 and not 33.
Yeah, we will check. This is typical in chess tournaments. Someone comes and wrongly press the clock, and then they press it 3 more times, and suddenly chess clocks were thinking that it's already 2, 3, 4 moves played, and then we have issue in time trouble. But I guess here that won't be the case. Black looks better, although not so many pieces on the board as before. It's a bit easier for white to play now, not to get under heavy attack, but still I would prefer black. Time on clock in black, heavily in black favor. 4 game. Oh, that's it. Knight h3.
Oh, queen f2.
Queen f2. King. Do I have anything more?
Queen f3.
If king comes, so I take. You check me. I do, and I check you, and you come here. I check. I take the rook. Yeah, this is what I know. So it seems that Elina is losing. Completely lost game. Suddenly this isolating pawn backfired and she was just outplayed. Ooh, this is what I'm saying always, guys. Watch out for king safety. So important win by Alexandra, and actually she's I think she has the best tiebreak.
Yeah, the best Buchholz, I think. Yeah,
except if she plays against someone, she has the direct encounter, but I don't think she lost more than 1 game. Yeah, so it's good for her. So Natalia Buksa has lost. Actually, what was this sacrifice was actually a great one, I guess. Knight g4, not knight f5. Strange. But anyway, looks better for white. Then we have this one. Okay, Bella is now again worse, because this one was a target. How this happened? Why b5? Why didn't she stay put? I would play something like this. Try to rearrange my pieces. And because this way she got under attack. Suddenly, this is a weakness. Toncheva, again. No, this is that I said that she. This is Marcel's problem. I say I don't want to do any private comment, but she's playing interesting chess. She's aggressive, but if something goes not let's say she just don't have a winning advantage and a normal position arises, then after it she starts to play much weaker. So she can play in tempo, initiative game, and suddenly when it's becoming a little bit like equal or boring, and then she cannot adapt. And I saw this a few times in this tournament. But for Toncheva, it would be a fantastic event if
she wins.
Yeah.
Even now, she seems like she's getting a spot for the World Cup, so with a win for sure, yeah.
Yeah. So important asset for Bulgarian team.
Yes.
So if she takes here, what's going on here is just winning for black, because on that I have queen e7, or I have other moves as well. So Osmak is winning. Irina. Now, of course, I would believe more in bishops, but I don't know, is there any way for white to create anything? But I don't believe bishops will help black king. This was a draw. Gunina struggling, but also there are some chances. I don't know. It looks better for white, though, to me. Savina against Sochko Monica. Oh, black is winning. She doesn't need to move the rook. Dinara against Sandu. Better for white. Only if there is some tactics, but I don't see one. This one looks better. Not clear. If black managed to exchange the rooks, then it will be survivable. Maybe even black can be better, but this one we can check. Now Ramai complicated. Salomea won against Bedulaeva. This one complicated. Let's stick to the top wars. Let's find the game to follow. Probably this is the one. Yeah.
Or number 1 and 2 for sure.
Yeah, let's check the cameras for a second. Unfortunately, on top we cannot see much, but we can see some initiative on the second board.
Yes, we managed to see. Okay, Olivia's taking on d5. We had a close-up of the first boards previously for the Montenegrin television. You could have seen just a little bit more of their expressions, of their faces. But so far, business as usual. Everybody's concentrated. They're playing for the gold. So,
yeah, but let's go back to the board. So, but we had some bigger time trouble. Let's stick maybe to this one, because
only 1 minute, yeah, and move 36 or maybe 35 even, if the transmission is wrong.
Now it's time to see with which piece to take. I can take with the knight on d5, I take with the queen. Both are appealing. Queen d5 seems like it's winning. Queen takes d5, what is the defense? I'm threatening e3. You come and block me. Okay, this is the point. I got the point. You see, I was mentioning, yes, this information. It's very important to get the right information. So that's why I would maybe go in this direction. If queen d5, bishop e3, I don't have anything. This is the only question.
Even so, can I just start pushing my a pawn?
You could do. Okay, this would be good resource. I agree. Yeah, you're right. So now she is thinking hard to choose. How to choose the most challenging position.
Plus the pawn is hanging on a6, but
probably no time
to take it. Yeah, too dangerous.
The clock is ticking. Black has this luxury to spend some time.
Yeah. Earned it previously.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, both girls are on fire in this tournament, of course. I mean, they're playing on the second board, but We had Olivia on the first two boards in the beginning of the tournament, and she had only one loss, right? And Stavrula with 4 wins in a row prior to this round. So both girls are on fire. You do not know what to expect.
How would you explain to younger viewers who were not playing chess before that in previous times after 14th move arbiter would come and manually adjust the clocks and give you another half an hour? That was always funny. That
was funny. You know, I actually forgot about those times before you mentioned right now. But yeah, with the wooden clocks.
Yes, wooden clocks.
And the Zeitnot was, the time trouble was, oh my God, you never knew how much time you have.
Yeah, flag or not.
And everybody just pushing the clock as hard as they can. So
yes.
So the mechanics could make it fall faster. That was not fair chess.
And it was funny when you will come and you want to check who is ahead on clock, and then you start calculating. They started from 5. Now is 6.
Yeah.
So he has 15 minutes or no? What? Who is ahead on time?
Yeah.
In Ina's game, it will be tough to recognize what is the right situation.
She would always be with the red flag.
Bishop e3 played. As I said, I might avoid this one.
Okay, taken on e3.
Yes, and now your
a5 looks most natural, right?
Okay, you're right. But probably queen will be played, queen somewhere. Let's say e2. You push more, I come to a1. Now, can you combine this a pawn with threats to my king and e3? Probably you could. But okay, this way, black is for sure that she can only win. She cannot lose this. So, is this a factor to decide, which was a factor to make a decision? Maybe sometimes you're just playing for, basically she's playing for 2 results, either to win or make a draw. But with this approach, you might allow your advantage slip.
a5 played?
Yes.
And what would be the ideal position of my pieces right now?
Okay, queen at some stage might needs to jump to attack something. So here white will defend on the other wing somehow. So a pawn won't be decisive, but it can be a decoy. Yeah, and then that black plays on the other side. Has something changed on the first board? A lot.
Ooh.
So what has happened here? Not much. But it's strange now. Black is getting this passer, but opening a king. So I don't think this was the right way. This knight d4 but probably she thought there was nothing else to play. I'm afraid now that black position is tough. We can combine those two matches. Here we are waiting. Queen to play as expected, but let's see what will happen here. White is quite low on time. Okay, four moves to play. Funny situation. This reminds me of famous encounter, I think, in Seville. Karpov against Kasparov. This Semish, where Karpov had all the pieces on the initial square, except maybe one or two. One or two was missing, but all pieces which existed were on the initial squares. Like here is the case. It's not so common, right?
Definitely. Okay, so I want some queen e6 now, or I was thinking of some queen d3 and maybe the rook on e-file, but...
Okay, this is useful move. You're heading to this direction, and also you will see what you do next. So quite a normal way. Now the thing is, black now has so many moves, so she needs to decide which one is the best now to go out a little bit with your pieces. who knows? Maybe engines would say that this is equal, but guys, this is ridiculously hard to play.
On the board, never
Yeah,
equal,
if you put this position with this timer clock and give to a different type of level of players, let's say 10 games, I would bet that maybe maximum 3 draws we would have. And
especially when you're fighting for gold.
yeah.
With this
so
position.
Basically, this position is completely unclear and so far away from draw that I wouldn't dare to say it's equal.
The final countdown. And the song starts playing in background.
Okay, she is now. The thing is, d3 doesn't work on several levels, but this one is the easiest.
Yep.
And this bishop is taking the queen, staying alive. Don't think stay alive, yeah.
Almost.
Yeah, she's doing what I expect. Actually, the choice was good, so she's making right choice. I'm not sure about rook e1. Why not to play rook somewhere and then cover with the king? Knight f4 will be an issue. Yeah, if you play king e1, knight comes to f4. So that's why queen d2 was played, but it is 41st move, so let's forget that one. Let's see here. 2-3 more moves. Queen f6, the most logical move to bring your queen to play. Okay, very complicated. I guess this rook is screaming to be involved, not to be left in garage. Okay, they are reading my lips. Rook d1. Threatening rook d4, but maybe queen is here. This one is hanging, so maybe this is not a threat. But anyway, last moments, we won't see a drama still, because it's only 2 moves away from the 40th move for black, and white will make 1 move somehow. Any guess from your side?
I do not dare. As you just said, I do not dare. I'm still trying to comprehend.
Bishop f7. Suddenly she's coming out. The point is, if you take on b5, then queen takes f2, so that's why she surrendered this pawn. It's supposed to be fine for black, but also it's quite complicated. Maybe white can do the same in some way to cover this one.
Rook d3, rook f3 maybe?
Okay, I like this one a lot. Good job, Dragana. So maybe after this tournament,
I go and play something.
yes, 100.
Yeah.
I give you 100 rating plus.
Yeah, woohoo!
For sure.
That's awesome.
Hopefully I didn't.
No, wait. Rook d3, bishop c4, right?
Okay, then I get it back.
Forget
and I'm
nothing.
taking out
Yeah.
100 points from me. Yeah. I started to blunder. But actually you can play it. This is like an upgraded version. But of course it's not necessary.
But I can take on g4 afterwards and d3 and it just looks bad,
Yes,
no?
I understand. But okay, it's possible. It was not like trying to excuse myself.
Yeah. Not a complete blunder right away.
To say that I saw that.
Maybe a brief look at...
Yeah, let's find some mess. This one, okay, out of the time trouble, Irina, out of the time trouble, anything, so they're out of the trouble. Okay, here. Queen c8, as I said, if black manages to exchange the rooks, now king will be actually safe. And black is a pawn up.
Yeah.
"20 seconds, 4 moves. this is the game Elizabeth is following, I guess.
Yeah, has
This
she
one
mentioned Lara?
yeah,
Or?
no, she mentioned that she's following German players, and I like this sentence when she said that there is some sponsorship around, and that she will give it a try to fight for top. This is always nice
to hear yeah.
that there are some sponsors around.
And giving players the motivation to upgrade.
Yeah, to have a team, to do your best. Queen c6, okay, they are blitzing now. Probably some bishop d2 or a3. Queen a7 is also possible, try to sneak somewhere. But going out with the bishop, it's the most logical move, bishop d2, yes.
Reading your lips once again.
I don't know if this is too wise, but maybe not bad.
But it's the most
Bishop
logical,
f5
right?
will be played.
But isn't it hanging on?
I don't know if this. I'm trying to make some tricks. But then you go back and this you will cover on the so a5 will be played. A5 queen a7. So I wanted to somehow make some trick. A5 will be played, yes, as expected. Queen a7 now allows maybe some tactics. A3, typical move.
Okay, just giving you some air. It's the 40th move.
Yeah, she will take because this is also the reasonable decision, but it's also where to hide the king. King c7 is risky. Queen a7, so she must take, I guess. Last move, last seconds, or she can postpone the decision. No, maybe, yeah, she took, and then after taking, some bishop d5 will be played to exchange the piece, and then trying to check forever. Yeah, that's it. Let's check.
Board number one.
Board number one. King g1. My move played. Black is thinking which move. Usually the move is queen, but then maybe you don't want to do that.
But still, bishop c4 comes to mind.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah, it springs, I agree, but queen e4. Queen e4 directing d4, directing towards the d4. I don't know. Yeah, this is a typical time trouble move. Listen, guys, after the f takes, I think that worst part for black is over. I would say that black is perfectly fine, but also maybe white can hold. So the worst part is over for black for sure, if you ask me. This one, offering a queen's exchange, which won't happen, but then queen c8 is coming. Sometimes you tend to forget that black is that white can maybe sacrifice something. Now,
if we take on e3.
Yes, I don't think this is lost. Let's say I play king f2, you go back, and then I take that pawn somehow, and suddenly you might lose this one as well. So basically you don't want to exchange the queens. Yeah, knight c3. She knows what she's doing. Better for black, obviously, maybe even lost, but of course white will try. Olivia is a fighter. This one, suddenly there was 3 pawns on the queen side, all the pawns are lost. It looks just winning for Karina. Actually, this is fantastic result for her. Let's check the cameras. So she's very confident. Karina is very confident, and guys, she is playing for qualification spot. Performance is not so high. Basically, she's losing points, but she won last 2 games, and now important game. If she wins, turning point.
Yeah.
Efraimski fighting. Look, now a little bit better than before. Has something changed here? Yeah, still white is better, but maybe not so much as before. Irina, those knights doesn't look so scary any longer. Yeah, she's in problem. This one looks just better for white. Monica, she has won the game. Dinara, oh, this is a long way. White is better. Sophie, thinking what to do. Naromai, better for white, for sure. This one was won. Laura, it looks losing. Yeah, game over. Tough loss. She was very ambitious before the event, trying to get the qualification spot, but this won't happen.
She had a good start, I think. But
Yeah, surviving that important game. I think Osmak,
right?
I think, yeah. Here looks fine for black, but still a lot to play. Evgenia probably looks black is not worse, maybe a little bit better. Brunello, she has won the game. Let's just check how was it. Yeah, this was complicated battle. Eric made a draw. Stefanova, she's winning. She will finally get a decent result, I guess. Not the best one, but... So Badelka Olga, she was playing on top, but suddenly she just lost.
not her tournament, yeah.
Chelushkina looks, she's winning. Fatalieva look, no, yeah, Fatalieva looks to win, sorry. Zhukova should be winning for white. Anything there, here? What happened there? Complete mess. Some tactical shots were exchanged.
Tactics, yeah.
Bishop f3 was the problem there. Or okay, h3 was also okay. But bishop f3, why not bishop f3? What am I missing? It looks just winning for white. f3 blundered. Bishop f3 all the time was necessary.
Okay, no.
Now it looks okay. Still queen e7, queen e3. You need to play something like what? f6 check. So you need to play bishop f6 because king f6
Runs into f4 rook g4.
f4 rook g4 king h2. Oh yes, I'm blundering everything. No, I wanted to do some king edge. No, king h1 bishop g2. Yeah, I cannot do it. Yeah, but anyway, this probably is not an issue. I might do something like with b6, take there and trying to promote. So probably you should start with bishop f6. Okay, still it's not so clear. I take on a7. It's still not clear, this b pawn, but complicated. Let's check the cameras. Anything to comment there from your side?
No, we know that they've just passed the time trouble, so they're taking a little breather, trying to calm down before the final storm, the final countdown. Of course, all of them look very concentrated.
Yeah, maybe it's time that that we go for a break. I don't know.
Yeah,
Are you
we might make a short break and come back soon
to
with
the
most
final?
interesting
Yes, final. Remember, we are waiting for the winners. People are now deciding about their future.
Yes.
Yeah, stay with us. Yeah, guys, so we are back. There were some little technical issues, but we are back. Let's check the results. Actually, I know that first board is drawn. That means that Arabidze is ahead of Melia Salom, but Tsolakidu, if she wins, she can catch her, and the position looks winning. But then we need to calculate Buchholz. I asked our main chief arbiter, Gert from Belgium, just to recheck, of course. Hopefully we will have first information. Maybe some of you are already checking the Buchholz, because Tsolakidu and Arabidze, they haven't played together, if I'm not mistaken. So that means that second criterium will decide, and then we need to calculate. Of course, Arabidze was ahead on Buchholz, so we will see how their opponent, lot of opponents, 10 opponents, okay, 11 opponents actually, and then a lot of combination in last round. Something can happen. Yeah, 10 opponents in the last in the last round can bring you some clear difference. So 1.5 point, I think Arabidze is ahead, if I'm not mistaken, in Buchholz. So we will see. So let's check the cameras. What do we have there? We see that Tsolakidu is trying to win this one. She looks confident enough. So situation on the standings, once again, Arabidze is on 8.5 out of 11. Then we have Tsolakidu coming to the same number as well. Melia Salon will be on 8. She will be catched by Alexandra Mosterskaya, who is having the best Buchholz. Actually, Maltsevskaya has won against Kolbasa. No, she lost. Sorry, my bad. No, this is wrong. So then Kolbasa. She has won against Maltsevskaya. So that means that Kolbasa will be third in this situation. Okay, we will see. Yeah, but as I said, Tsolakidu needs to win to catch the leader, and then we start calculating the Buchholz. But let's check that board. Okay, I'm just checking the cameras, but let's check the moves as well. So what's going on here? It looked completely winning for black, but is this the case now? Okay. How will she win now? A3. Rook behind. D2, king here. There is nothing to worry about. Come on. What has happened here? King E1. Maybe it's a draw. Hang on. Ooh, if she doesn't win this one, unbelievable. Yeah, we will check that one, but in the meantime, hopefully we will have a guest here. So let's check the cameras. For the last time, the game is in progress. We have 2 boards left. Efroimski against Toncheva. She's black. This position looks winning for white, and we have Kilbasa against Tsolakidu. It looks completely winning for black, but now I would say that maybe draw is around. But before that, before the last moments, Dragana has a guest, so I leave you guys to Dragana.
Hi guys, welcome back. We have a guest from the first board, a game that has just finished in a draw. Melia Salom, how do you feel?
Hello. Okay, it was, I think, interesting game. We beat till last move and okay, draw and draw.
A draw is a good result on the first board in the last round, of course. You have very strong Georgian representatives on this tournament. I know you're a standard part of the Georgian national team as well. Winning gold medals, 2015 World Team Championship, in the youth categories under 18, 2 medals, also winning at the European Individual Women's Championship in Belgrade 2013, right, and 2014. So definitely some great results in the past. How does the Georgian Federation manage to produce such good players?
I remember I won in Montenegro European Youth Championship under 18 also.
So it's a lucky country for you.
Yes, I'm playing well here. Okay, women chess is very famous and strong in Georgia, I think, and hopes that also we will have new generations. For me, I think it was a successful tournament because I'm not playing a lot now last time, and to qualify in World Championship and take some elo points, it was okay for me. Of course, today I had chances for medal also, but you know, it was very difficult situation because 2 Georgians played and one of us should take a medal. She had also chances, and I think she have still chances also for first place. So also Lela Javakishvili qualified for World Championship. I think that so I think a very good tournament for
the Georgian
players,
Federation. Yes. Do you maybe have some favorite Olympiad, or for example? I know that if I ask you for a World Championship, you will say the one that you won, so maybe an Olympiad.
Okay, last year we won a silver medal, so I think that it was a very good tournament for us in India, and very important because after 2008, when our team won first medal in Olympiad, we took only third place twice, so it was very good for us. You know, now new players are coming and they are playing so fast, and mostly boys. Still, women can play. So I think that okay. I am playing now with chess, which I studied some years ago, and the new players are playing new chess, so it's very difficult to beat. But okay, I think that still women chess is not so in so much higher levels that we could not play with them. But I think that we need new players in Georgia also, because some years we can play, but it will be very difficult. You know, I have family, job,
doing everything.
I'm not only chess player, so if we will see this everything, so it was a good result for me.
Do you maybe have a few words to say for the new girls, especially from Georgia, who are watching you right now and who are rooting for all of you, I'm sure, to encourage them, let's say, for future days?
You know, if you will work in any job, no matter it will be chess or not, I'm sure that success will come. So if someone has a dream and if someone wish to work, it will be true and it will come.
Yeah, so guys, I'm sorry, everybody says that you have to work hard, no getting around from that. You've also mentioned the new generations. Do you maybe feel the difference between the chess that has been played, let's say, 10 years ago and now?
In men's chess, yes, but in women's chess, still it's okay, possible to play.
Possible to play. Can we expect to see you back in Budva for the European Team Championship?
I'm not sure. Of course, our team will play. I'm not sure. Now, as you know, I am also head of the Regional Chess Federation in Adjaria, in Georgia, and I have a lot of works also there. So we will see. But I'm not sure.
Okay. Maybe can you share a few words about that? Do you have any challenges now, or is everything under control? Some events if you're planning.
I'm organizing a lot of events for kids and for our region. Also during this tournament, from the beginning, I had 2 tournaments in my city, and I was communicated with them by online. So we have also in June we will organize a World Championship Blitz and Rapid in Batumi, in my city. So I will be there represented as an organizer. I cannot play under 18. Already.
Unfortunately.
So we will have also some open tournaments in summer in Georgia, and now I will start to organize this everything.
Now you go behind the scenes and start to work from there.
So also somehow now I have to prepare for World Championship.
Yes, so that's a great result.
Next idea and next step for me.
Okay, so we congratulate you once again on going to the World Cup. Thank you very much for being our guest, especially at this moment. We have a person who has played on the first board and who is deciding the results right now. So thank you once again for joining the studio at this crucial moment, and we wish you the best of luck at the World Cup.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Salom, for your interview. I know it's quite hard to deal with the final result because you gave what the best you could. In the end, it was not enough for the first place, but you might join me if you are ready. Or okay.
5 minutes, it's okay.
Yeah. Okay, so maybe we will have the analysis. But in the meantime, let's check what we have in the game. Olivia against Arula. It seems that white has survived, actually. I don't see how black will win this one. Okay, there is some ideas. Of course, white can play king c3 at some stage, but not threatening anything, because after queen c3 later if you take d2 is coming strange. Okay, so basically we are playing some kind of rook against the king position. Let's check the cameras. Cameras, what do we have? We have like complicated situation. On the 8 board it's much more clear. It should be just winning for white. I don't see any challenge there, but maybe I'm wrong. But second board is the one to follow for sure. It's really hard. I'm not using the engine. It's really hard to understand what's going on there. So black doesn't have a threat. But how is white defending? So king e6 played. King is coming. As I told you, king c3 with white leads nowhere because white is not threatening to take on b4. But here maybe, maybe, I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. Last moments. So king c3, threatening nothing. But how is black coming through? So at the moment, situation is following. If Tsolakidu wins, then we have a second criterion because they didn't play between each other. Then we need to calculate this massive Pujols, which with 11 games, and okay, today results we know, but we don't know how their players, their opponents were doing today. So basically, we need to calculate all the other games. Maybe there will be some direct encounters between Tsolakidu and Arabidze opponents. But if this one ends in a draw, then we will have first board drawn, second board drawn. But because of direct result that Arabidze won against Kyolbasa, that it's easy thing. It means that that Kyolbasa is first. But let's check the cameras. Let's check the cameras. I think the game is finished. Okay, you can see. So it's drawn. It's basically drawn. So Arabidze is a new champion. So we have a new champion, ladies and gentlemen. So finally we have result. The new champion is Arabidze Mary from Georgia, right?
From Georgia, yes, the moment you've been all waiting for. We have a champion.
But let's check the cameras. Let's see, is Tsolakidu I don't know, taking this final outcome, which is quite, I would say.
I think she was prepared for everything, and the game just went on crazy.
Hard. Yeah,
but
it's quite hard. If she had won the game, then we will need to calculate the massive Buchholz, and who knows what will happen. Of course, Arabidze was ahead in that criterion, but now we don't need to do so. Actually, we have standings, which means that first place is Arabidze, second one is Kyolbasa Olivia, and then
then for the third we need to do some calculations.
Yes, but probably Maltevskaya, she was enjoying best
Buchholz, but since it's the second tie break, we need to check if she has lost to any of the girls.
You said that I cannot switch, but I need to do now. Yeah, I need to press chess results. I don't know now. So let's check Kolbasa result against Maltevskaya. Yes, Kolbasa won. But anyway,
yes, but they don't have the same points.
Same points.
We need to see if
let's do it.
With Stavrula?
Yeah, let's just recheck. So, before the last round, we have now Arabidze and Kyolbasa. They are 8 out of 8.5. So that's mean Arabidze first, Kyolbasa second. Melia, Tsolakidu, Maltevskaya, they are all on 8. Whom else has joined?
Colon Claudia as well, yeah. Colon Claudia.
Yes, Colon Claudia, yes, she's also, but her Buchholz. But let's see if someone has played between, just to check. So Maltevskaya, has she played against Salom? Maltevskaya, no. So she was not playing against Melia.
Or Stavrula.
Or Stavrula. Yeah. That means that we will need to calculate Buchholz, who will be bronze medalist in this event.
But probably Maltevskaya,
probably
right?
It looks it's quite easy, yes. It seems that Maltevskaya is taking a bronze medal.
Yes, congratulations. 2 Polish medals at this European Championship,
yes.
Seems like.
Yeah. Yeah, that means that we have, I would say, 99% final result in terms of medalists. We will also ask our arbiters to prepare the final qualification spots list. Also, maybe when soon we get the result, also about the standings and the prizes and so on. So, guys, it seems that Arabidze is European champion.
Congratulations to Mary.
Congratulations. Mary, probably Dragana will get you some info about her if we don't get her in studio, but hopefully we will ask her to join to get you some more information about new European champion. Second, Olivia Kilbasa, and then bronze medal probably goes 90%.
We will check for sure.
Alexandra Maltsevskaya. That means that we have final result. This board, which is still in progress, is just winning for Toncheva. Fantastic result for her as well. It seems that we have all the results now. Let's dig a bit and let's make a break and get you a final result.
Stay tuned. Dobro večer, dragi gledalci, dobrodošli u poslednje uključenje sa Evropskog prvenstva.
Nevjerojatan rasplet, do zadnjeg poteza nije se znalo ko će biti prvak.
Da, međutim, već imamo rezultate i možemo da proglasimo prvake. Arabidze Meri remizirala na prvoj tabli, što joj donosi 8,5 poena. Kielbasa je remizirala na drugoj tabli, što takođe znači da ima 8,5 poena. Njih dve dele prvo mesto, međutim, budući da su igrali jedna protiv druge i da je Arabidze Meri bila uspešnija u tom duelu, to znači da je Arabidze Meri novi evropski šampion.
Tako je, čestitamo gruzijskoj predstavnici, igrala je jako dobro, na kraju krajeva pobjedila je direktnu svoju suparnicu s kojom dijeli mjesto, to je kriterij koji je ipak najkorektniji. U slučaju da je ta partija bila remi ili da međusobno nisu igrale, pristupilo bi se računanju takozvane gol razlike u šahu ili buholca, gdje druge partije, odnosno partije protivnice utječu na konačan rezultat. Drago mi je da do toga nije došlo i evo, pridružujemo se čestitkama.
Pridružujemo se čestitkama, da, možemo također reći Kielbasa Livija Poljakinja, drugo mesto i čekamo oficijalne rezultate, međutim, pretpostavlja se da je Maltevskaja vodeća u grupi sa 8 i da će ona uzeti bronzanu medalju.
Tako je, u slučaju Maltevskaje koja slijedi sa pola boda manje u jednoj malo većoj grupi, pristupilo se računaju Buholca, očekujemo te uskoro rezultate, ali neslužbeni rezultati govore da je eto drugo i treće mjesto osvojeno od strane poljskih igračica. Možemo također dati i malo nastavak još koje su to igračice koje su pri vrhu, ali nisu osvojile zlatno, srebrno ili brončano odličje.
Tako je. U grupi igračica sa po 8 poena, dakle ima ih njih 4, Maltevskaja, Kulon Klaudija, Melija Salom iz Gruzije i Colakido Stavrula iz Grčke. Zatim imamo grupicu od 7,5 poena, Garifulina Leja, zatim dve francuskinje, Deolit Cornet Deimante i Gišard, zatim Sargisjan Ana, Javakišvili Lela, Tončeva Nadija, poprilično veliko iznenađenje, mlada devojka iz Bugarske, zatim imamo par igračica sa po 7 poena, Danielija Nelina, Buksa, Slivička, Osmak, Makrčijan, Bulmaga, Irina i tako dalje.
Da, na kraju vrlo dramatično natjecanje, gruzijska predstavnica osvaja zlatnu medalju, inače Gruzija je jedna od najjačih šahovskih zemalja po pitanju ženskog šaha, stariji prate šaha se sjećaju imena kao što je Nona Gaprednašvili ili Majači Bordanize, velike svjetske prvakinje, sada imaju i europsku prvakinju, velik uspjeh za nju osobno, ali nastavak kontinuiteta. Vidjet ćemo da li će ona s ovim natjecanjem se početi primicati i samom svjetskom vrhu, no naravno biti prvakom Europe u ovakvoj konkurenciji na ovaj način, što smo isticali ovih dana, koliko je zahtjevno prvenstvo, koliko ima odlučenih partija, postići taj rezultat, velika je stvar. Evo, ja sam ovdje pripremio za vas gledatelji partiju sa drugog stola, jer tu se mogao dogoditi jedan zaplet koji bi dramatično još utjecao na stvari u slučaju da na drugom stolu partija nije završila remijem između Kielbase Olivije i Colakidu Stavrule, Poljakinja protiv Grkinje. Da je Grkinja materializirala svoju dobru igru sa pobjedom, onda bi se dijelila na drugčiji način dijelilo prvo mjesto. Ovako smo imali direktan dvoboj između Arabize i Kielbase. Tu se znalo u slučaju diobe mjesta da je Arabize prvakinja Europe, no u ovom slučaju bi se moralo pristupiti računanju Buholca. Imala je naravno Arabize prije zadnjeg kola određenu prednost, no kao što sam rekao na toliki broj igrača, a u slučaju da vaše igračice protiv koje ste vi igrali izgube ili malo postignu lošije rezultate, a protivnice vaše konkurentice naprave bolje rezultate, mogla bi vas prestići i tu bi bilo vrlo, vrlo zanimljivo. A pogledajte koliko je blizu bila grčka predstavnica u ovoj partiji. Mi smo pratili do jednog trenutka i nastala je, recimo možemo još malo proći dalje, recimo nastala je ova pozicija u kojoj je crna imala jednu dvojbu, Colakidu Stavrula imala je dvojbu uzeti skakačem ili damom ili čak uzeti ovog lovca. Tri opcije, sve tri dolaze u obzir i zbog malo vremena u ovom trenutku pristupilo se onom cajtnotu takozvanom koji su spominjali, ona je se odlučila za jedan i kao malo jednostavniji potez, no na time izgubila veliku prednost u slučaju da je uzela ovog lovca i po izmjeni sačuvala svog lovca, puno bi lakše dominirala zato što lovac bolji u otvorenim pozicijama i lovac bolje podržava pješaka. Vidjet ćete na kraju kako skakač nije bio dovoljno jak da podrži svoja dva pješaka. Tu je napravila ta greška, sigurno će žaliti, prolazit će kroz cijelu njezinu karijeru, kroz glavu, zašto možda se nije odlučila za taj potez, no to su ti detalji. Slijedila je izmjena i sada bijela koristi trenutak, sjajan potez, mijenja lovca, iako otvara malo svog kralja koji postaje izloženiji, ali mijenja lovca i igra dugoročno na ideju da će se to moći obračunati sa skakačem i ovim udaljenim pješakom. Crna gura naravno svoju vrijednost, to je taj slobodni pješak, no bez lovca vidjet ćete kako je teže bilo crnoj gurati tog pješaka. Ovdje je bio napadnut pješak na E3, dama D2, miče se i sad jedan važan, ključan potez, sjajan potez, to je potez dama C1. U šahu je jako bitno procijeniti koje figure treba mijenjati. Bijela je svjesna da je njezin kralj nešto izloženiji nego crni kralj, stoga nudi izmjenu dama. U slučaju da crna ne prihvati izmjenu dama, slijedio bi svakako ovaj vječni napad šah, jer pješak se ne može pokriti zbog uzimanja drugog pješaka i crna bi morala vraćati kralja i slijedio bi vječni šah. No ovdje nakon poteza dama C1 slijedilo je skakač C3 i crna je mislila da će dominirati, no fenomenalan potez, koristi vezivanje, nudi topa, top je na dohvat ruke skakaču, no naravno uzimanjem pala bi dama. Dragana, tu smo postali svjesni da možda za crnu ipak nekako ispušten trenutak.
Da, također možemo napomenuti da je ovo prekretnica, dakle 40. potez kada su zapravo obe igračice dobile po 30 minuta na satu, tako da su mogle da preračunaju barem sljedećih nekoliko poteza i da im bude jasno šta se dešava.
Tako je, kad je cajtno, kad imate malo vremena, igrate najjednostavnije poteze. Ovdje je naravno bijeloj komplicirana obrana, ipak ovaj pješak djeluje jako, jako opasno i bijeli mora biti vrlo, vrlo hladnokrvan kako bi se borio protiv gurenog pješaka. Nije to isto učiniti ako imate par minuta na satu ili ako imate pola sata. Ovdje je znači slijedio taj sjajan potez koji je prvi potez nakon te kontrole vremenske. Da je bila ova pozicija i da je ovdje imala možda minutu na satu, a ne pola sata što je dobila, ne bi ga možda pronašla. Ključan potez i sad novi ključan potez kojim se dalje naglašava to vezivanje. Nikako ovaj skakač da dobije raširene ruke za uzimanje topa. Slijedilo je ovaj potez i nakon par poteza izmjena dama, toliko željena od strane bijele. Možda je crna mislila da su ova dva pješaka i skakač dovoljni za dobiti bez kralja, no bijela organizira sjajnu obranu, približava se kraljem i sad će se kralj boriti protiv D pješaka, a top će doći iza pješaka. Ovdje već crna polako postaje svjesna da je propustila veliku šansu. Osim borbe za prvo mjesto, praktično je izgubila i osiguranu osiguranu srebrnu medalju. U ovoj nekoj diobi, koliko mi vidimo, pitanje je da li će biti u prvi pet igračica.
Stavrula je, kako što smo spomenuli, u posljednje 4 kola imala 4 iz 4, tako da fenomenalan rezultat za nju. Nažalost, ispustila je danas mogućnost pobjede. Međutim, Olivija, još jednom moramo odati poštovanje, igra predivan napadački šah. Danas je uspela, kao i u nekoj prethodnoj partiji, da najprecizniju odbranu nađe i da osigura svoju.
Da, ovdje je sad taj ključni potez još koji moramo pokazati kako bi vidjeli što se dogodilo, a to je taj potez kojim se ograničava hod ovog kralja koji se usmjerio prema bijelim pješacima na kraljevom krilu. Crna to sad više ne može učiniti jer je bijela prerezala i u slučaju poteza kralj F6 i H4 samo su ponavljali malo poteze jer je Crna vidjela jedanput da nema snage za dobiti partiju. Ovdje su remizirali. Zašto? Zato što sad ni bijela ne može biti ta koja će riskirati. Ovo bi bila gruba greška kojom bi zapravo propastila svu svoju obranu, sav svoj napor, jer nakon poteza D2 sada više ne bi bijeli top mogao zaustaviti oba pješaka. Kralj je taj koji mora dežurati, biti na obrani ovog D pješaka. To je taj jedan pomalo tragičan splet okolnosti za Crnu, no dodao je još jednu dramatiku samom natjecanju. Mislim da možemo biti presretni svi mi koji volimo šah, svi mi koji smo sudjelovali u komentaru ovih partija, kako je ovo natjecanje prošlo.
Vrlo uzbudljive partije, vrlo interesantne, prosto predivno.
Da, ono što smo pokušali također kroz ove trenutke sa vama je promovirati igračice, promovirati način na koji se bore. Kao što sam spomenuo, one su praktično bez tog jednog, samo jedan dan odmora, bez odmora igraju partiju za partiju, borbu za borbu, velike psihičke borbe sa sobom, sa protivnicom, sjajni potezi, jedna mala greška mijenja tijek. Ono smo također spomenuli da smo imali i crnogorske predstavnice koje su ovdje pokazale da se na njih u budućnosti može računati, ali svi nekako polako priželjkujemo onaj 11. mjesec.
Da, samo da napomenem da je Nikolina danas uspjela da remizira, što znači da ima odličnih 6 poena iz 11 partija. Imali ste mogućnosti jučer da se nakratko upoznate i sa njom. Sve one će biti, nadamo se, ponovo u Budvi u novembru, gdje će se igrati evropsko timsko prvenstvo.
Tako je, igra se u muškoj i ženskoj konkurenciji. Tu očekujemo top velemajstora. Ovdje ste imali priliku na dijelu gledati u pojedinačnoj konkurenciji najbolje europske igračice. Tamo ćete to imati priliku u ekipnoj, ali i neke igrače koji možda poznajete iz jednostavno medija i šahovske scene, kao što su Vašier Lagrav ili možda čak i Magnus Carlsen, koji zna braniti boje svoje norveške reprezentacije. Biće vrlo zanimljivo. Crna Gora također ima jednu jako dobru ekipu i vjerujem da ćete i pratiti nastup svojih domaćih predstavnika. Svima nama koji dolazimo iz okolnih zemalja također će biti prilika da pratimo i naše države. Top igrači, doduše u 9 kola, ne kao što je ovdje u 11 kola slučaj, ali jedan ozbiljan turnir najvećeg nivoa. Očekujemo također dramatiku.
Biće vrlo interesantno propratiti Budvu i novembar, međutim do tada...
Da, čekamo konačne rezultate, možemo proglasiti neslužbene rezultate, odnosno siguran je rezultat da je Arabize Meri nova prvakinja Europe, da je Kolbasa Olivija srebrna, no čekamo potvrdu za treće plasirano, kako stvari stoje, a to je Maltevskaja iz Poljske, Aleksandra Maltevskaja. Za mene jedan ipak neočekivan rasplet nakon svega. Prije jedno 2-3 kola u neke druge igračice su bile u vrhu, kao što je Monika Sočko ili Kotanašvili. Promijeni se, to je jedan tipični rezultat za ovakvu vrstu natjecanja. Uskoro nam slijedi svečano zatvaranje. Vjerujem da ćete moći dobiti možda i priliku u narednim danima vidjeti i kako je to izgledalo, ili možda dovesti u neki studio ili pročitati nešto nakon što se slegnu dojmovi. Za nas koji smo vodili ovo natjecanje, velika nam je čast da smo imali privilegiju vama se pokazati kako je to izgledalo i kako izgleda neka šahovska borba. Ja sam i dalje optimist po pitanju šaha na televiziji. Mislim da u budućnosti možemo više očekivati ovakvih stvari. Nadam se da vam je bilo zabavno i da ste mogli nešto naučiti. Evo, ja ću se ovim prilikom zahvaliti Crnogorskom šahovskom savezu, također svima u Europskoj šahovskoj uniji. Mislim da je ovo natjecanje bilo jedno onako za pamćenje. Vama, gledatelji, ovim putem poručujem još jedanput da se posvetite malo šahu. Ako niste dugo igrali ili ako ne znate pravila, da to malo ponovite. Šah je super i vjerujte da nećete zažaliti. Ovim putem, ja se odjavljujem u svoje osobno ime kao velemajstor Alojzije Janković i
Veliki pozdrav i od mene, Dragana Nikolovska. Hvala vam što ste bili sa nama, hvala vam što ste nas pratili. Nadamo se da je bilo i vama uzbudljivo kao što je bilo ovdje i nama u studiju. Do sljedećeg viđenja.
Pozdrav svima.
Hi guys, welcome back. We have some still unofficial results, but we can be pretty sure about them. As you know, Arabidze Meri is the new champion. Congratulations. Second place, Kielbasa Olivia, because of the direct encounter, as you know. Then as the third place, we have Malcevskaya Alexandra from Poland, 8 points. 3 other girls with 8 points as well, leading the group. Tsolakidu Stavrula, who has just drawn her game. Melia Salom, who drew the first board today. Kulon Claudia, who managed to win. And then we have Yavakishvili Lelo with 7.5, Garifulina Leia, Toncheva Nadia, Sargisiana Anna, Gishard Pauline, Deolit Cornet Dimante, and so on and so on. About the first 3 places, we can be very sure about.
We will see them on the podium, so you can expect to see some nice photos with them. But let's discuss maybe
World Cup qualifiers.
Yeah,
right.
As I said, we have this unofficial information. Of course, you're eager to hear that. We were doing some job, some investigation. I'm thankful for this info, which arbiters were just commenting, not arbiters, but let's say unofficial calculation.
Okay, so about the World Cup qualifiers, as you know, we have only 9 spots, and if I have the correct standings in front of me, which we cannot be 100% sure because there are still some games in progress,
yes,
I think
exactly.
1 or 2, but the standings look like this right now. First place goes to Tsolakidu Stavrula, the second one, Melia Salom, then we have Kulon Claudia qualified, Yavakishvili Lela qualified, Toncheva Nadia qualified, Gishard Pauline qualified, Deolit Cornet Deimante, Tsivka Karina, and Gunina Valentina.
Yes, if you would ask me, I would say that I'm a little bit shocked actually, because those names, some of them were not on top for, let's say, 1, 2, or 3 rounds. So beautiful finish, fantastic performance. We congratulate them, and
fighting spirit,
exactly. So
on the highest. Absolutely.
Yeah, we are really looking forward to check how will they do during World Cup. We can make some kind of conclusion, final words from our side. So guys, I'm so happy that Dragana is our new host, new commentator, which hopefully we will see more in chess tournaments. I think she did a great job. From myself, I'm happy that this event was so interesting. It was really nice to follow, and thank you all. I think you will somehow allow us that we be a bit emotional in the end.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm happy that we have the final results, or if I'm happy, or if I'm sad that we're finishing, as you can see from our expressions. As you've just mentioned, I'm very grateful to be a part of this organization in this way. First time I'm doing this job, but I am so grateful to the Montenegrin organization, to ECU, for giving me this chance. So thank you guys once again. I'm so grateful to you as well as my co-host. I've learned a lot. And I definitely think that maybe something good will come out of this. I also want to thank the guys standing behind the cameras. You have not seen them, but the technicians that are helping us all the way and solving problems.
Changing, switching the cameras, clicking. Yeah, so thank God providing this help. Also, there was this Zoom way, which was important to include Regina and Lizzie today. So actually, this was a very nice idea. Of course, as we mentioned, once again, the beautiful organization, Montenegrin Chess Federation. There were so many volunteers around. There were arbiters really ready to help. Fair play officers, live transmission team, also the free day was memorable. So this party day as well.
Yeah, everybody ready to jump in, everybody ready to give in their all on the boards and off the boards.
Also appeals committee here.
Yes.
We also need to repeat that here Eva Repkova, Vanya Drašković, he's just coming now. So Eva Repkova, Vanya Drašković, Ozgur Solakoglu, they were members of appeals committee behind the scenes, but they were ready to help. All our guests in studio co-commentators, players. Yeah, I'm quite happy. I think
we had a nice team, and I wanted to mention as well. The chief arbiter Gert mentioned that he had a great arbiters team. That he is very satisfied with how they were doing their job. So that we should praise them as well.
Exactly. So congratulations to all of them. Congratulations to winner. I think ECU can be proud with this event. ECU president, ECU general secretary. So great event. I'm quite happy also as an ECU board member that this event will be a memorable one. Once again, so many decisive results, fantastic games, and okay, looking forward to the next year.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah. So last greetings from us, and see you back. Maybe.
Thank you guys for following us. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for being here with us every single day and sharing your thoughts, sharing your comments, and enjoying the games.
And maybe we can just say the sentence which ECU President Zurabas Marpashvili is saying in his speeches, this motto of European Chess Union, be smart, play chess, right?
Yes.
Chess makes you smarter. See you guys.
Bye-bye.